Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku Stole Eraserhead's Quirk to Kill All for One? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. 3 months from his 5th birthday, Izuku Midoriya stands on his bed and practices using a quirk he doesn't yet have. He's a late bloomer. That's what his mom and all his teachers started saying when his classmates got their quirks and he didn't, but he can't let that hold him back if he wants to be a hero. Kaken got his quirk ages ago and has already gotten so good at controlling his explosions, so Izuku makes a point of practicing every day after school to avoid falling too far behind. He takes a deep breath through his nose, filling his whole chest with air, then exhales a harsh gust from his mouth. The hope is that something will ignite on the way up, sparking breath into flame, just like his dad. Kaken always says that fire quirks are really strong, and if Izuku inherits his father's quirk, they can be like All Might and Endeavor. Izuku tries 5 times, but then he starts to get dizzy and has to stop, wobbling on his bedspread before collapsing down, staring up at the ceiling. No fire breathing today then. After a moment of breathing normally, Izuku reorients himself and focuses on his next task. He springs up, sitting cross-legged by his pillows, and stares at the items on his desk. An All Might action figure catches his attention and he narrows in on it, stretching out a hand and straining his concentration as hard as he can, squinting his eyes and pursing his lips. He visualizes reaching out and snagging it, attracting it back to him the way he's seen his mother do so many times. For a long moment, he stays that way and he thinks he feels a flash of something, like maybe it worked this time. Hope rises in him, fierce and enthusiastic, and he can't suppress a grin as he mentally tugs again on the figurine. It doesn't so much as budge. Izuku's smile falls, cheeks stinging in its absence. At this point, he should know better than to expect anything, but he still gets ahead of himself sometimes. With a sigh, he drops his hand back into his lap. He takes a deep, fortifying breath to chase away the ache of dashed hopes. One more time, he says to himself, nodding resolutely. He reaches up, focuses, pulls. Across the room, the toy wobbles and moves forward an inch, dropping off the desk and rolling across the floor. Izuku stares. Did I do that? He asks quietly, jaw slack, and the little plastic All Might grins up at him, arm posed in a perpetual thumbs up that seems to say yes, yes you did. Izuku scrambles up onto his knees and reaches forwards again with a new determination, pulling the figurine towards him. He watches every slow inch of its progress across the room with unbridled awe, gently pulling it from the air when it's close enough. He's tired now, but that's far eclipsed by the joy filling every bit of his body. He's so happy he can't contain it all, eyes brimming up with tears that roll in thick trails down his cheeks. He brushes them away as they blur his vision, wanting to keep his eyes on the signature yellow, red, and blue that prove what he had just done. Izuku had a quirk. Finally, after waiting for so long, he had a quirk. Now he and Kaken could be heroes together, and his classmates would stop teasing him, and his mom wouldn't have to start looking for doctors like she had mentioned last week. He had a quirk. Get it? Izuku rushes out of bed, tripping over his feet, shaking from a cocktail of adrenaline, relief, surprise, and fatigue. He clutches his action figure tight in one hand and throws himself out of his room. "Mama!" he cries, loud and watery with emotion as he makes his way towards the kitchen where his mother is making dinner. "Izuku?" she calls in return. Something clatters in the kitchen and not a second later, she appears around the corner, meeting Izuku halfway. Immediately, she is down on her knees in front of him. "Baby, what happened?" she asks, hands running over his arms, wide eyes looking him over. "Why are you crying?" Izuku's mouth opens, sniffling and hiccuping as he grasps for what to say. Wordlessly, he moves the All Might figurine forwards. He had been gripping it so hard that the plastic left little red indents in his palm. His mother takes it, turning it over between gentle hands. "Is it broken?" she asks, inspecting it for some kind of flaw. "Sweetie, I'm sure we can fix it." Izuku's curls bounce as he shakes his head, lifting his hand to telepathically tug the object back to him. His mother's fingers go limp as it leaves her grasp. She gasps softly. Izuku swaps from vigorously shaking his head to nodding it with just as much vehemence. Izuku's mother is quick to join him in tears, pulling him into a tight hug and crying about how proud she is. By the time she lets him go, her shirt and the top of his hair are both soaked through and dinner has burned. Izuku is put to bed early that night. Despite his excitement urging him to stay awake, experimenting with his new quirk has left him thoroughly exhausted and drifting off on the couch the moment he finishes his dinner. Inko scoops him up into her arms and thin arms wrap weakly around her neck as he buries his face there. One of the plastic spikes of All Might's signature hairstyle stabs into the back of her head from where Izuku has the toy held tightly in his fist. He has barely put it down all night, and when he did, he was always quick to use his quirk to tug it back to him. "I don't want to go to bed," Izuku mumbles blearily into her shoulder. "I'm not tired." Inko only hums in response. She bumps the door to his room open with her hip and gently deposits him in the bed. He's asleep by the time she gets the blankets settled around him. Every day, Inko thinks she couldn't possibly love her son anymore, and then every day he proves her wrong again. Today, seeing Izuku so happy and excited to have inherited her quirk, Inko feels a spark of appreciation that she hasn't in a long time. Attraction of small objects has felt simple and mundane for so long, but Izuku brings a light to it just like he does everything else. After such an emotional evening, Inko is feeling quite drained, but she settles on the couch to watch some TV before heading off to bed herself. The remote is on the side table, only a lean away, but with a revived sense of wonder, she reaches out with her quirk to pull it to her, just because she can. It doesn't move an inch. Inko frowns for a second before shaking her head and smiling wryly at the irony. As marvelous as Izuku makes her quirk seem, it really is a limited, fickle thing. It has never been strong or reliable. At the end of such a long day, tired as she is, even such a small thing must be outside what she can manage. Maybe she was coming down with a cold. Her quirk never did cooperate when she was sick. Now that she thought of it, she had been feeling a little bit off for most of the night. "Mama, how long till Kakin gets here?" Izuku asks over breakfast. He's been vibrating with anticipation from the moment his eyes opened in the morning, and it took a great deal of restraint for him to hold the question back so long. His mom smiles fondly at him. "He'll be here in the afternoon, sweetie." "How many hours?" "Around 4. Izuku frowns at his rice. "That's so many," he whispers under his breath. Already he has his All Might toy clenched in his fist. He needs to keep it with him so he's ready to show Kakin his quirk when the other boy gets there. 4 hours seems like ages to wait, even though Kakin is supposed to be coming over at the same time he does almost every Saturday. Impatience squirms in Izuku's stomach and he eats quickly, as if finishing his breakfast will make the afternoon come faster. Finishing her own food, his mother picks up their dishes. "Come on, why don't you use some of that spare energy to help me clean up?" Carefully depositing All Might on the table, Izuku pulls a steps tool over to the sink and climbs up so he can be level with the counter. His mother tows him slightly to the side so he's out of her way, then starts the water running and hands Izuku a cloth. They wait for a moment while the water warms and Izuku reaches out for the stream with his quirk, curious as to what will happen. Water like this isn't exactly a small object, but Izuku is delighted when it curves slightly in the air, diverting towards him before continuing its path to the drain. He gasps, Mama, look. The water, that's me." His mother makes appropriately odd noises. "Very good, Izu. I didn't know my quirk could do that. How clever." He beams at the praise. Izuku tests his quirk on everything: the chopsticks, little grains of leftover rice, soap suds. He figures out he can pull on the faucet handle to turn the water off but can't turn it back on the same way. His mom laughs indulgently at all his antics and lets Izuku attract all the dishes to himself to dry when she's done watching. With only the two of them, dishes are usually a quick and simple task, but it takes more than twice as long this morning. When they're done, Izuku is glad to hear that now there's only 3 hours left until Kakin should arrive. He and his mother settle in the living room, turning the TV on to the news. Despite his restless mood, Izuku is immediately absorbed by the reports on villain attacks and heroes, pointing to the screen and shouting exclamations whenever anything particularly impressive happens. Izuku could easily spend the entire day watching heroes on TV, and the 3 hours that seemed like they would take an eternity to pass fly by in the blink of an eye. In the middle of an impassioned ramble to his mother, who is less a contributor than a witness, several bangs interrupt the combined drone of Izuku's voice and the TV. It's the telltale sound of Kaken's arrival. He always announces himself by kicking instead of knocking, and there are a handful of small scuffs along the bottom of the Midoriya's door from his shoes. "Kaken is here!" Izuku shouts, interrupting himself mid-sentence. He's gone before his mother can even begin to stand, taking off towards the entrance and throwing the door open. "Kaken, why are you so late? I've been waiting forever." The blonde on the other side of the door scowls, raising his voice to match Izuku's. "Shut up, I'm not late." Izuku's mother comes up behind them. "Izuku," she sighs, "you know you're not supposed to open the door on your own." Izuku rubs the back of his head sheepishly, closing the door as Kaken shoves past him and into the apartment. "Sorry, Mama. It's just Kaken and I was so excited." She ruffles his hair. "I know, sweetie. Why don't you take Katsuki-kun to your room and show him what you've learned?" Grinning, once again vibrating with uncontrolled excitement, Izuku nods and grabs Kaken by the wrist to drag him across the living room. Kaken tugs his arm away, barking a chastisement at Izuku for touching him, and follows along at a more sedate pace. The distance to Izuku's room is small, but in his haste, Izuku can't help but glance back repeatedly to ensure that Kaken is still following him. "What's this all about, nerd?" Kaken demands as he throws himself down on Izuku's bed. "You're being even more annoying than usual." Izuku ignores the insult, knowing Kaken better than to get offended at anything that comes from his mouth, and moves forward his all-might action figure, which had been by Izuku's side all day, dutifully waiting for this moment. Kaken's eyes cross slightly to focus on the toy suddenly invading his space, and a small, aborted explosion crackles across his palm on reflex. "I got my quirk." Batting Izuku's hand and the toy to the side, Kaken crows, "About time." He leans forward with a grin to match Izuku's, though his is far sharper and more aggressive, if equally excited. "So what is it then? Can you finally breathe fire like your old man?" "I got my mom's quirk. It's telekinesis. I can pull things towards me. Only had it for a day, so I don't know what the limits are, like how heavy the objects can be, or how far away. I have some idea from what my mom knows about her quirk, but mine might be different, and she never really did anything to train hers, anyway, so I'm sure that I can make mine stronger with time. I'll have to practice lots, but I think it'll be super good for rescue or even combat if I use it right dash." In his growing excitement, Izuku's words become faster and faster until they're no longer distinct. His attention is only drawn back to the present moment when Kaken lets out a drawn-out groan. "Shut up already. I don't care about any of that." Kaken scowls, though this is the distinct type of scowl that Izuku knows means he's pouting. "Auntie's quirk isn't very strong. You better keep up. I'm not gonna have my partner dragging me down with some lame quirk." "I won't," Izuku promises, enthusiasm undented by Kaken's words. "I'll work super hard to become the #1 hero with you, Kaken." Kaken scoffs. "You'll become the #2 hero, nerd. I'll be the #1. So are you gonna show me your dumb quirk, or what?" "Right." Izuku fumbles with his toy for a moment before tossing it to Kaken, who catches it much more gracefully. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself, Izuku reaches out his hand, maybe a touch more dramatically than necessary, and tugs, just like he has been all day. Nothing happens. Izuku blinks and flushes a violent red. Kaken doesn't look as angry as Izuku would have expected him to at the failure, frowning softly at the toy still in his hands instead of glowering or shouting. "Sorry." Izuku squawks. "Let me try again." Embarrassment and frustration burn in Izuku's stomach. All he wants is to impress Kaken, which is already a very hard thing to manage, and he goes and messes it up. He's been using his quirk all day with no difficulty, but maybe that was the problem? Maybe he already tired himself out, though he didn't feel that tired until just a second ago. He steels himself to do better this time, musters up all his determination, and reaches out again. He flexes his fingers a little, like a stretch or a warm-up, and then his palms crackle and spark, his skin tingling and warm, like a bunch of pop rocks going off in his hands. There's a familiar sweet smell in the air, like caramel, that Izuku has associated with Kaken ever since the boy's quirk came in. Why was Kaken using his quirk? But Kaken isn't using his quirk. He's still holding Izuku's All Might figurine, and Kaken would never explode All Might. Kaken's eyes are wide, his mouth slightly slack, expression empty, and as Izuku watches, his fingers go limp and the toy falls, bouncing on the bedspread before tumbling to the ground. He looks like he's seen a ghost, and Izuku feels distinctly like he's missed something as he stares at his own hands and tries to catch up. Palm facing up, Izuku flexes his fingers again. The same feeling dances across his skin, and this time he sees small sparks and a wisp of smoke that he recognizes from when Kaken's quirk manifested almost a year ago. What did you do? Still not understanding what's happening, Izuku looks back up to Kaken, whose face has lost its unnatural blankness. What did you do? Kaken grabs Izuku's hand in a too tight grip. It takes a moment for Izuku to name the look on his face, because he's never seen Kaken look this way before, but after a tense moment that stretches out like taffy, Izuku calls it fear. I don't know, Izuku answers honestly. He feels dizzy and sick and tired. The smell of burnt sugar coats the back of his throat. You stole it. I didn't. It's mine and you stole it. I didn't. Izuku's words are weak and Kaken ignores them anyway, gripping Izuku's hand tighter, until the bones grind together and Izuku can't help but reach up with his free hand to try to claw himself free. Red welts rise in the wake of Izuku's dull nails, but Kaken doesn't even seem to notice, grip still painful and unwavering. Give it back. Kaken's voice is low and steady, and it sends a shiver up Izuku's spine. I don't know what's going on. The moment seems suspended in amber, warped and endless, but then the tension breaks in a flurry of movement. In a single motion, Kaken springs up from the bed and tosses Izuku to the ground. Izuku catches himself, crying out when his weight lands on his tormented hand. Tears build in his eyes as he attempts to scramble backwards, but the floor feels slippery and his limbs feel like they're made of jelly. Kaken is on top of him in an instant, and for the first time, Izuku is scared of the other boy. For so long, Kaken's temper has been harmless, even humorous, a simple aspect of his personality that Izuku accepts and even adores, because he adores everything about Kaken, even the rough edges. Now, as he snags Izuku's shirt collar in his fist, Kaken feels dangerous. Kaken is always so amazing and brave and strong, and for the first time, that makes Izuku feel weak. Izuku's head bounces once on the floorboards as Kaken straddles him, leaving Izuku dizzy and disoriented. Lifting his arms is like moving through tar, but Izuku manages to bring one hand up and brace it against Kaken's face, trying to shove him back, though there's no competition between the boys in terms of strength. Unconsciously, Izuku's palm crackles, a small explosion popping against the left side of Kaken's face, making him pull back with a hiss. You little thief. Give it back, you no good villain, give it back, give it back. Kaken is yelling and Izuku is sobbing and furniture bangs as limbs and bodies collide, and then everything blurs together like watercolor, colors running into each other until everything is black and noises merging into a single high-pitched tone. Inko makes nothing of the first noise, a shout. Young boys can get loud, especially Katsuki, who screams every other sentence at max volume. Today, she's prepared for them to be louder than usual. She can hardly blame them, given the nature of Izuku's exciting news. Both boys have been waiting for months for Izuku's quirk to come in, eagerly playing heroes in the meantime. The second noise, a bang, has Inko stopping her business in the living room to listen more attentively. Bangs and bumps are also common occurrences with young children and are often nothing to worry about, but can also be the telltale sign that something is broken or someone is injured. Not necessarily a reason to go running, but certainly cause to sit up and pay attention. There is no discrete third noise. Barely a pause after the bang, there is cacophony, and Inko wishes she had been more cautious and gone running sooner. There is screaming and crying and something has obviously gone terribly wrong. Wasting no more time, Inko rushes to her son's room, hoping that no one is too badly hurt. She expected, at worst, a nasty fall. Maybe some kind of cut or gash. Certainly not to find Katsuki screaming on top of her son, the both of them crying, though Izuku far more desperately. Katsuki had one hand balled tight in the collar of Izuku's t-shirt and the other drawn back as if to deliver a blow. When Inko enters the room, his face pales and his grip goes slack, the sudden release of tension causing Izuku to fall backwards to the ground. Katsuki's yelling cuts off, making the dull thud of Izuku's skull hitting the ground seem that much louder. And then there is only the sound of Izuku's sobs as he tries to curl in on himself, prevented by Katsuki's weight on his stomach. Inko has never been a violent person and she reminds herself of that now. She would never hurt a child, much less Katsuki, who she held hours after birth and sees almost as a second son, but with Izuku, her baby, crying on the floor, she has to swallow down a protective rage the likes of which she's never felt before. In 3 steps, she crosses the distance between the door and the boys, grabbing Katsuki by the still-raised arm, carefully double-checking to make sure her grip isn't too tight as she drags him away. She leaves him in the far corner of the room before returning to Izuku and kneeling by his side. His sobs have calmed, though he is still crying slightly, his eyes open but glassy and unfocused. Inko calls his name, but he doesn't respond beyond curling towards her. One of his hands is discolored and Inko feels at it gently to make sure nothing is broken, thankful for small mercies when it seems to just be badly bruised. There's a small lump on the back of his head and blood smeared over his chin from a bitten tongue, but he doesn't otherwise seem injured. At least physically, Inko, as a nurse, should be perfectly able to care for him. He calms as she pets his hair, and while he's conscious and clearly recognizes that she's there, at least on some level, Inko's concern grows with every second he is silent. Only when she is sure Izuku is safe does Inko seek out the other child in the room. Katsuki is sitting in the corner where she left him. He is pressed as tightly to both walls as he can be, glaring sullenly over his knees, which he has pulled up to his chest. It is likely the most vulnerable Inko has ever seen him look, and he shoots constant glances between her and Izuku, seemingly caught between a fear of consequences and the anger that led him to attack Izuku to begin with. Katsuki, she barks, voice trembling only slightly, sounding more like something that would come out of Mitsuki's mouth than her own. Katsuki visibly stiffens in response. What happened? He is quiet for so long, only glaring, that Inko begins to think he isn't going to respond, until, he's a thief. Explain. He stole it. Stole what, Katsuki? Inko's tone is sharper than she intended, but she's quickly losing patience. She wants to give Katsuki the benefit of the doubt and believe that he is a child and children make mistakes, sometimes very bad ones, but she is not going to play guessing games with her son's well-being. My Quirk. He was supposed to show me his, but instead he took mine and now he can use it and I can't. Like the earth has fallen away, Inko's stomach plummets and her head swims. It's preposterous, ridiculous, impossible. Quirks can't be stolen. That would be like stealing someone's eye color or their height. But Inko thinks of her own quirk, which she hadn't been able to use since the night before, and she thinks of the odd, off feeling she's had since then, and then, even though it's impossible, she thinks, dear God, he's right. Izuku's head turns in her lap, and she looks down to see him staring across the room at Katsuki, eyes still dull, but focused now. Izu, baby, are you okay? She asks, voice soft. Tears build in her eyes as he turns back to her, blinking for a moment. I'm sorry, he finally says, words slightly slurred by the swelling of his tongue. Inko can't help the hurt noise she makes in response, smoothing his hair back as a few tears drip from her eyes. She presses a kiss to his forehead. You have nothing to apologize for, sweetie, she assures him, hoping he believes her. You didn't do anything wrong. He's a thief, Katsuki spits from his corner. Katsuki, she shouts. This is not the time or the way to handle that. I want my quirk back. And you will get it, she says, hoping for all their sakes she can keep that promise. But first we are going to go to the kitchen. I'm going to get Izuku some ice and make sure he is okay. We are going to have a conversation. Then we will work on your quirk. Do you understand? Katsuki glares, but nods, and when Inko carefully picks Izuku up, monitoring his reactions to make sure he's not in too much pain, and carries him to the kitchen, Katsuki maintains his distance, but follows behind without protest. Across the table from Katsuki, Auntie is doting on the nerd, pressing ice against his head and hand and shining a small flashlight in his eyes. Katsuki sneers. Neither of them are paying attention to him, even though he's the one who should be upset right now. His chest aches and he keeps reaching out for a quirk that isn't there, like going down the stairs in the dark and forgetting that you still have one step left, thinking you're going to step onto solid ground and instead plummeting. He feels sick, he feels angry. Auntie tells Izuku to go lay down, and then she turns to Katsuki. Are you alright? She asks him. My quirk is gone, he bites back. Normally, he doesn't yell at Auntie, because she's so nice and Katsuki doesn't want to upset her, but that was a stupid question. Of course he's not alright. He doesn't have his quirk, and Auntie knows that, but she's just making him sit here and wait instead of doing something about it. Are you injured? She asks, voice level. Auntie is angry, too, even if she's acting calm. Katsuki has never actually seen her mad before, but the way she snapped at him earlier was unmistakable. He wishes she would yell and get it over with. No. Izuku is injured. You hurt him. He shouldn't have taken my quirk if he didn't want to get hurt. Katsuki. Auntie snaps, the anger obvious again. You can't just attack people, you can't go around hurting people on purpose. You're not supposed to steal things either, but he did anyway. Auntie narrows her eyes at him, the expression harsh and unfamiliar on her usually kind face. She wraps her hand against the edge of the table in front of Katsuki, where a small black stain mars the wood. Where did that come from? She asks him. He frowns. I did it. Did I get mad at you? No. And why not? Because it was my quirk. I didn't mean to. Exactly, Auntie says with a nod, like Katsuki has proven some kind of point, though he has no idea what it's supposed to be. I didn't get mad because you didn't mean to do it. You haven't had your quirk for very long and you don't have perfect control over it, yet. Accidents are normal. So what? Izuku had an accident. He didn't mean to take your quirk. He didn't even realize he did it. But he only got his quirk yesterday and he doesn't know how to control it yet. Do you understand? Katsuki glares because he doesn't. Maybe Izuku didn't mean to, but the nerd took Katsuki's quirk. Izuku was the one who had done the bad thing, the one who needed to be yelled at, not Katsuki. I want my quirk back, is all he says. You'll get it back, Auntie sighs. I'm sorry that this happened. I know it must be scary and overwhelming. But even if Izuku took it, even if you want it back, you cannot hurt people just because you're scared or angry, Katsuki. Except he can, can't he? Even without his quirk, Katsuki is strong enough to hurt people. He can protect himself and get what he wants. That's what strength is for. I'm not scared. He took it from me. Katsuki insists. That's what villains do. Heroes hurt villains. No, Katsuki, Auntie says. Heroes should never hurt people if they don't have to. Heroes save people. Villains hurt people. That's what villains do. Are you calling me a villain? Katsuki demands, nearly screaming. He knows he's right, she's just saying he's wrong because she's angry he hurt Izuku, angry that Izuku was the villain. No, Katsuki. But you have done a very bad thing. I want my quirk back. I know. We'll let Izuku sleep a bit and then we'll see what we can do, alright? Auntie sighs again, and leaves Katsuki sitting there, feeling like he's boiling over. It isn't fair. He hasn't done anything wrong, but here Auntie is, ignoring everything he says and sighing at him, while Izuku, the villain, takes a nice little nap. Katsuki was going to be a hero. He had an amazing quirk, but now he had nothing, and it was Izuku's fault. Katsuki, Auntie says, voice soft and trembling slightly. She sounds more like herself than she has all day. I know this has been hard for you, but it's very important that you don't tell anyone about this. It could be dangerous if you do. I quirk like Izuku's, a lot of people would want to know about it. Katsuki scoffs. As if I'd tell anyone. I don't want anyone to think the nerd is stronger than me just because he cheated. Auntie gives him a snack that Katsuki doesn't eat, and she sits in the living room as if nothing is wrong for a full hour before going to get Izuku. And then she spends another hour talking softly to Izuku as the nerd fails to return Katsuki's quirk. I'm trying, I swear. And snapping at Katsuki whenever he gets angry about it. All in all, Katsuki's quirk is gone for just under 3 hours. They were the most horrible hours of his life. Kaken goes home early that day. He doesn't turn around to say goodbye and he slams the door behind him. Izuku doesn't think he'll come over again next weekend. Izuku doesn't blame him. Izuku is tired. No, exhausted. He was tired after he took Kaken's quirk, but then they fought, and then Izuku had to give it back, and returning the quirk was the most exhausting thing Izuku has ever had to do. He didn't even notice taking the quirk, really. It was easy to just pull it in, but pushing it back out felt unnatural. It was like how his mom's quirk could only attract objects, not repel them. His mom's quirk. Izuku hasn't thought about it until now, but he guesses this means he didn't inherit his mom's quirk after all. He just stole it. He stole his own mother's quirk. He turns towards her, tears already building in his eyes. Mama, your quirk. I took it just like I took Kaken's. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I can give it back. She wraps her arms around him and he can feel her crying against his hair. No, sweetie, not tonight. You're so tired. It can wait, okay? I'll be fine without my quirk for another day or two, just keep it safe for me, alright? I didn't mean to, he repeats. I know. She carries him into his bedroom and changes him into his PJs, even though it's still fairly early. Half under the bed, Izuku's favorite All Might action figure strikes its signature pose, and seeing it brings a fresh wave of tears to Izuku's eyes. He picks it up, remembering the day before when it was his personal symbol of victory. Can I still be a hero? He asks his mother, holding out the toy. She takes it with shaking hands, stares at it for a moment, then falls to her knees beside Izuku and throws her arms around him. Oh, baby, I'm so sorry, she sobs into his shoulder. His own tears are silent. It's just like Kaken said. Stealing was what villains did. If he stole, he would be a villain, and if he didn't, he practically wouldn't have a quirk, and how was he meant to be a hero, then? 3 months from his 5th birthday, Izuku Midoriya lays in his bed and vows to never practice using the quirk he has just received. Somewhere in Japan, there is a massive battle, a war between peace and evil that has been building for generations, though no one is aware of it, save a privileged and burdened few. 2 men leave the battlefield on the brink of death, and the both of them, faced with the heavy knowledge that no one is truly immortal, begin considering their legacies. The first man, confined to a hospital bed, missing several organs, contemplates the word successor. The second, staring into blackness that is all he can see now, hooked to countless machines in an undisclosed but secure location, considers the word son. Kurogiri, he calls, voice raspy and barely audible over the hiss and whine of the machinery around him, bring me a phone. A week after Izuku's quirk manifests, Inko calls Hisashi to tell him that their son is quirkless. It is the most important lie she has ever told, but it burns like a betrayal as it comes out of her mouth. The betrayal, to clarify, has nothing to do with Hisashi. Inko holds no ill will to the man, but likewise doesn't believe him to be particularly entitled to any truth about Izuku. Inko and Hisashi never married and he left to work overseas shortly before Izuku was born. Their parting was amicable and Hisashi stayed in contact, checking in once every month or two and providing for his erstwhile lover and son quite generously in the meantime. But Izuku was Inko's son far more than he was Hisashi's, and any choice about Izuku's safety and well-being was hers to make, even to the complete exclusion of his father. No, Inko doesn't hesitate before lying to Hisashi, her only compunction is with lying about Izuku. Already, Izuku has internalized that his quirk is bad and concealing it this way feels like tacit agreement. She tells him that there's nothing wrong with him every single day, but she can't expect him to believe that when she tells him in the same breath that no one can ever know about his quirk as she gives him forged paperwork to hand in to his teachers. Telling Hisashi that Izuku is quirkless, Inko fully expects him to disappear from their lives altogether, and she isn't entirely wrong. Hisashi's limited presence in their lives noticeably declines, but to his credit, he does not abandon them entirely. He still calls on Izuku's birthday and major holidays, and he never stops sending them money, even increasing the amount as Izuku gets bigger and more financially demanding. Still, he is far from winning any Father of the Year awards. Reasonably, Inko is surprised when he calls on a random Tuesday when Izuku is 9 years old, claiming he has wasted too much time and would like to get to know his son. But so long as Izuku wants to speak to him, Inko sees no reason to deny them contact, and Izuku is undeniably thrilled by the idea of having another positive adult figure in his life. Before she passes Izuku the phone, she mutes the speaker and says, "Remember Dash. I'm quirkless." Izuku finishes for her with a bright smile that contrasts painfully with the tiredness in his eyes. "I know the drill." She passes the phone over, brushing a hand over his hair as Izuku chirps his hello to his father and trails past her towards his room. She stares at his door for a long moment after it closes, feeling distinctly like she has failed as a mother. Katsuki watches Izuku carefully. For almost a month after the incident, Katsuki ignores him, pretending he doesn't even exist, but then it occurs to Katsuki that no one else knows about the quirk. A week after what he did to Katsuki, he came in with some paperwork and a story about how the doctor told him he was quirkless. It was bullshit, but it served its purpose because now no one is looking at the nerd, because no one cares about the weak, quirkless brat. But that means no one is watching him. Someone needs to watch him, obviously. He needs to be kept in line, to make sure he doesn't forget his place, to make sure he doesn't get any big ideas. So Katsuki watches him, because no one else will, because no one else knows what Katsuki knows. The extras in their class are too careless. Most of them avoid the nerd and some of them tease him, but some of them are still nice to him, talking to him or letting him hang around them, which can't be allowed to continue. They have no idea what they're dealing with, and if they get too close, Izuku will take their quirks, and then who knows what he'll do. "Why are you talking to him?" Katsuki snaps at one of the nicest girls in their class, the fool who never wants anyone to be alone or left out. "He's just a worthless Deku." The girl looks affronted and Izuku looks mortified, eyes wide and wet, but the majority of the class is giggling and parroting the name back and forth, so Katsuki knows it has worked. He'll make sure that Izuku is Deku, and then Deku will remember that he is useless and worthless and he won't get any ideas about using that awful quirk of his. Later, Deku corners him on their walk home, running after Katsuki with disgusting determination. "Why would you call me that, Kakin?" he asks. Something cracks in Katsuki's chest and the sharp edges of it dig into his lungs. "Don't call me that," he snaps. His chest and throat are too tight, he can't stand to look at Deku, and he struggles to breathe through the feeling that's choking him. He fights the urge to turn and run away. Deku should be running, not Katsuki. Katsuki never runs from anything. "You should thank me, you know," Katsuki says, plastering a sneer on his face. "If people are calling you useless, they're not calling you a villain." Katsuki doesn't need to say even though they should be. The words ring in the silence, an unspoken truth. The look on Deku's face makes it obvious that he hears them too. Good, Katsuki thinks savagely. Deku knows what he is. When Katsuki turns, Deku stays there, frozen. He makes no attempt to follow, and Katsuki walks just slow enough that he cannot be accused of running away. If, when he is safe in his room, he chokes down sobs that are violent enough to make him ill, no one will ever know. To say that Izuku doesn't use his quirk at all after the age of 4 would be an exaggeration, but only a slight one. He uses it on his mother, periodically, at her instance. Much to his chagrin, a degree of practice is necessary to gain control, but the idea of accidentally stealing quirks as he goes about his day is far worse than the idea of intentionally taking and returning his mother's to get a feel for how it works, even if it feels a bit like picking poisons. He learns a few things about his quirk, all of it unavoidable, and he files the information in a mental catalog that he prays never grows. He can take quirks from a distance, though the range is unknown. He can only return them with physical contact. It is far easier to take a quirk than to return one. Unless someone tries to use their quirk, They generally don't realize it's missing. His mother has described an odd, but vague and non-urgent, feeling associated with missing her quirk. He can sense quirks around him, range still unknown, and has a certain intuition of their nature. Guiltily, Izuku is rather thrilled by the last aspect. Quirks have always fascinated him. Possibly, this interest is a secondary effect of his own quirk, a natural fascination with what he is meant to steal and hoard, but the idea makes Izuku feel slightly nauseous, so he comforts himself with the fact that his love of quirks long precedes the manifestation of his own. Regardless, there's no denying the use of Izuku's quirk for his analysis hobby. Just from looking at his mother, he can tell you that her quirk is a type of weak, limited telekinesis centered on her own person. The information his quirk gives him isn't exhaustive, merely an impression of how a quirk functions that Izuku needs to interpret himself, leaving plenty of questions unanswered and applications unaddressed. He fills notebooks with his speculation, eagerly scratching out theories about the quirks of his classmate, his teachers, and even random people he passes on the street. If he is lucky, he can get close enough to an active battle to read the quirks of both the heroes and the villains there. He does this more often than he probably should, skirting close to police lines and staring in awe at such amazing quirks in action. His mother would worry herself sick if she knew just how often Izuku wanders around after school searching for danger. She already worries just having him out of her sight. And he has to be very careful because whenever he reaches out, there is a risk, no matter how small, and a temptation, no matter how deeply buried, that he will steal the quirk he is analyzing. Izuku is very aware of the thin line he is walking. Seeing Katsuki every day makes sure he never forgets the reality of his situation always fresh in his mind. Quirks are not deterministic. Having a certain quirk does not automatically make someone a hero or a villain or anything else. People choose what they are by the way they use their quirks. Izuku has to believe this, because so long as it's true, he has the power to be something other than a villain. But that means never using his quirk. Because as much as Izuku believes that having a quirk like his doesn't make him a villain by default, using it would. Villains use their quirks to hurt people. And hurting people is all Izuku's quirk can do. Hisashi Shigaraki calls his son at least once every other week or so. When he contacted Inko last year seeking to establish a line of communication, he had intended to speak to Izuku more frequently to maximize his influence and firmly establish his presence in the boy's life. The regularity of his calls quickly decreased, though, when he realized just how trying it was to make routine conversation with a 10-year-old boy. Today, as Izuku babbles into his ear about one hero or another, Hisashi is reminded of why he so quickly relegated Tamura's care to Kurogiri. To his credit, Izuku is quite interesting for a young boy, and Hisashi is not indifferent to the fact that this boy is his son, his own flesh and blood, and is special and deserving of Hisashi's attention because of that. Hisashi does not regret reaching out to the boy, but he still sometimes dreads making these phone calls because of the way Izuku can talk and talk and talk. Sometimes I wish I had a quirk, Izuku confides in him, voice soft and uncertain. At this, Hisashi gives the conversation his whole attention. If his son wants a quirk, Hisashi could certainly provide. Perhaps that would be a good way to bring Izuku into the fold, to begin molding him and helping him to reach his full potential. Then Izuku adds, a good one, and Hisashi experiences a rare moment of surprise as he considers the implications. It is an unusual specification for a quirkless child to make, especially one like Izuku, who once rambled eagerly for nearly an hour about a quirk. He had seen that could make any object the user touched a slightly different color. It seems that the boy has almost an equal amount of enthusiasm for any quirk he encounters, from the most mundane to those of pro-heroes. You are perfect the way you are, Hisashi assures him idly, because that is what a parent should say, even if it's not true. The conversation comes to a close, but Izuku's remark lingers in Hisashi's mind long after, always on the edge of his thoughts. What is a good quirk and what is a bad quirk? And what do both of those things look like through the eyes of a quirk-obsessed but supposedly quirkless boy? Hisashi smiles to himself, thankful, not for the first time, that he decided that his son was worth investing time into after all. This mystery holds Hisashi's attention for days, and he turns it over and over in his head, inspecting it from all angles like a shiny new toy he can't bear to put down. Izuku is aware that he shouldn't walk home through back alleys or under bridges. He could be attacked, his mother always tells him, quoting statistics about dangerous parts of the city and bad things that can happen to children who wander off alone. Of course, there were some days when he was in just as much danger, if not more, walking along the standard route, because Katsuki and his friends took the same track home. Experience has taught Izuku that he wouldn't be safe walking home the normal way today, because today the class was talking about what they wanted to do when they grow up, and Izuku had told everyone that he wanted to be a hero. Katsuki, never far from anger where Izuku is concerned, always reaches a special, incandescent level of rage when Izuku mentions his dreams. "You are the thing that people need saving from," Katsuki's voice says in Izuku's head. "If you want to defeat a villain, start with yourself. Do us all a favor." So Izuku takes his longer, back route, the one his mother would say is dangerous, but that Izuku has never actually gotten hurt on. Ironically, he calls this his safe path, though he would never say as much to his mom. He can perfectly imagine the guilt that would fill her eyes in response, and he has no desire to see it for real. He is passing under a familiar bridge, grimy and graffitied, but peaceful, when he finally sees the statistics his mother is always fretting about in action. It happens exactly as Izuku is walking through, not a second sooner or later, in a horrifying mockery of serendipity. The manhole cover that Izuku trods over at least once a week rattles in its grate, and a thick, viscous fluid seeps up around its edges. As soon as he sees it, Izuku knows that it's a quirk, that he's staring at a person even if they aren't particularly person-shaped. The sludge forms together quickly, a stinking mass that barely bothers to be anthropomorphic. Bulging eyes and wide, square teeth are the only standard human features this person has maintained. Dread rolls through Izuku's stomach, but he reasons to himself, nothing has happened yet. This sludge person's quirk is intimidating, sure, but that doesn't mean anything. They could just be another citizen going about their day, their path happening to cross Izuku's like so many others that Izuku doesn't even take notice of. This dread is judgmental of him, not to mention hypocritical, he tells himself, even as he begins to tremble. Then their eyes meet. The sludge person grins. In the absence of lips, it's their teeth that move, shifting through their liquid body to form an arch that feels like a parody of a smile. A paralyzing realization hits Izuku. It's something he had known in theory, but had never integrated into his reality, and now the two are crashing together like opposing waves, catching Izuku in the cross-tide. Not every person with a villainous quirk is a villain, but some of them are. One of them is standing in front of him. Izuku is not going to be allowed to simply walk out of this alleyway. Izuku doesn't have time to think, even if he did, he likely wouldn't be able to, his mind stuck spinning in terrified circles. He only moves. He throws his bag, slinging it one-handed over his shoulder as he pivots on his heels to run back the way he came. He aims for the villain's eyes, but it is mostly by luck that one of his school books flies free and hits his target. Izuku doesn't see the impact, already scrambling to get back to a main road, where the presence of witnesses promises some kind of safety, either because the villain will give up pursuit or because a hero will intervene. The villain bellows in pain, the sound deep and wet and furious. Izuku makes it 4 steps, each one jolting up his shins and rattling the bones of his legs, jarring in a way Izuku has never associated with running. His 5th step doesn't connect. Tendrils of murky green liquid wrap around Izuku's waist, anchoring him in place and growing thicker as more of the villain's mass flows towards him. Then, when the hold on him is strong enough, Izuku himself is dragged backwards, the soles of his shoes scrambling uselessly against the asphalt as he sinks deeper into the shadow of the bridge. The villain says something, but their words are lost to the pounding of blood in Izuku's ears as the sludge envelopes him. Izuku cannot hear or see or breathe or think. In only seconds, the sludge invades his mouth, coating his teeth and tongue, racing down his throat and into his lungs. It smells like sewage. It tastes like death. Izuku is going to die. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Izuku thinks about that saying a lot. Sometimes he stays up at night, wondering how long he would have to live before becoming a villain like Katsuki always says. He wonders what it would take for someone like him to die a hero. He has never thought about the way that some people just die. They die boring, civilian deaths. Or they die like he is about to, pathetically. And futilely, too good to be a villain, but too weak to be anything else. Some people die worthless, useless deaths. He will die proving Katsuki right about at least one thing. His hands claw ineffectually at slime that slips through his fingers. He kicks his legs weakly, but he can no longer find the ground. He twists and turns, but nothing changes. In the last moments, fading fast, no longer able to tell which way is up, Izuku finds something solid and he grips it. Panicked and desperate, Izuku grasps at the villain's quirk and it comes away so easily when Izuku pulls that he doesn't immediately realize what it is he's grabbed. It's only when the quirk comes to him that Izuku realizes what is happening, because this time the quirk does not settle inside him in the same effortless and unnoticeable way as the few others Izuku has taken. The sludge villain's quirk doesn't fit inside Izuku. This quirk is made for a flexible, amorphous blob and Izuku is rigidly boy-shaped. It is a square peg and Izuku is a round hole. He takes it with no issue, but he cannot have it the way he always has before. He holds it in metaphysical hands and feels it dripping through his fingers, suspended in some nowhere, in-between space. The villain writhes around him, the sludge that comprises their entire body briefly growing thick and clumpy, like curdled milk, before rapidly thinning out. Izuku falls through it, landing on damp, sticky pavement. His legs can't support him and he collapses to his knees, then his hands, then his elbows. He doesn't feel the impacts. Sludge, if it can still be called that now that it's barely thicker than water, pours down around him, flowing from his hair and off every edge of his body. He coughs and jiges as he vomits the stuff out, lungs and stomach urgently evacuating their contents. Toxic slime mixes with bile and acid and it runs down his chin and out his nose, burning and itching on his skin. He gasps for breath whenever he can, vision still spotty from oxygen deprivation. Izuku doesn't understand what has happened, doesn't understand why the villain has seemingly fled, and his body is unable to trust that he's safe. Several small, solid somethings bounce off of his head and back, clattering loudly across the ground. Adrenaline still running high, Izuku's attention snaps to the noise even while he's struggling to stay conscious. His eyes find those of the sludge villain, laying disconnected on the ground nearly a foot apart, staring unseeing in entirely different directions. The noise was likely from the teeth, scattered about like haphazard, macabre confetti. Izuku still holds the sludge quirk in his hand and he lets it go now, hoping that everything will come right back together like nothing happened, even if that means the villain will attack again and actually kill Izuku this time. He hopes and he watches, but the eyes he's staring at stay dead even as the quirk is freed, slipping away from Izuku's fingers to some place where he can't feel it anymore. He vomits again. Collapsing to the side, Izuku stares at the light beyond the bridge. With evening approaching, the world is starting to take on a slightly orange tint and the shadows that Izuku is laying in are starting to slant and grow darker. He remembers the panic things he thought when he was sure that he was going to be the one to die here. He asked himself a question. How long would he have to live before he became the villain? He answers it now, 10 years, apparently. Inko gets home later than she would like, but thankfully not so late that she can't throw something frozen into the oven for dinner. Shifts at the hospital can be long and unpredictable, but she always does her best to be home so she and Izuku can eat together, working hard to make their home as safe and stable as she can for her son. The money from Hisashi is a huge help with that, allowing Inko to work far less than she would otherwise have to as a single mother. Izuku's shoes are not by the door, but his bag is dropped haphazardly not too far from the entrance. The shower is running. Inko doesn't think Izuku has ever been in the shower when she's come home. A disquieted feeling settles over her like a shroud, anxiety twisting in her stomach, but only when she looks down the hall and sees the bathroom door open does she panic. She races into the bathroom, sparing no worry for privacy or modesty, all her thoughts occupied by the certainty that something is wrong with her child. She finds him sitting fully clothed in the shower. The curtain is left open and puddles have formed on the tile around the tub. Water plasters his hair to his face and his uniform to his skin. His skin is pale, his eyes are closed. Inko's heart drops like a stone into her stomach. He is not dead, she tells herself. He was fine this morning and he will be fine again. They will both be fine. Recently, Izuku has gotten too big for Inko to pick up comfortably, but that doesn't stop her from lifting him now. Even sopping wet, Inko pulls him into her arms, hauling him over the lip of the tub and into her lap without even registering his weight. He is cold, limp, and unresponsive as she cradles him. Fumbling, numb hands move to Izuku's neck and Inko is shaking so badly she fears she won't be able to find his pulse, but it's there, strong and unmistakable beneath her fingers. She curls around him and his breath stirs her hair. He's alive. As long as he's alive, everything will be okay. Mustering up all her will, Inko seals up the part of herself that wants to break down crying and gets to work. There will be time for tears later, when she can allow herself to be a mother. Now, she needs to be a nurse. First, to get him warm. She strips Izuku of his clothes, carefully moving his limbs around and checking for any injuries as she goes. His palms, elbows, and knees all have abrasions. It is obvious that he fell, since the scrapes are paired with bruises and small amounts of grit remain in the wounds. They are worse on his hands, likely because the other areas were somewhat protected by his uniform, but overall, the damage is fairly superficial. His right wrist is slightly swollen, and Inko prods at it gently, hoping it is merely sprained rather than fractured or broken. As far as Inko can tell, Izuku is otherwise unharmed, at least physically. Wet fabric slaps against wet flooring as she tosses his uniform aside. She leaves him in the bathroom for a painful moment, raiding cabinets for every towel and blanket and leaving the blankets in Izuku's room and then returning to him with the towels. The shower is still going and she turns it off, ears ringing in the sudden silence, before carefully beginning to soak the majority of excess water from Izuku's skin and hair. When he is no longer dripping, Inko swaddles him in one of the dry towels, wrapping one around his head for his hair, and lifts him to carry him to his room. Once again, she leaves him, no easier now than it was minutes ago, this time to retrieve the first aid kit from the bathroom cabinet. Methodically, she cleans debris from his scrapes, cleans them with alcohol, smears an antibiotic cream over the raw flesh, and bandages them up. She splints his wrist, fairly certain it's only sprained. The towel around Izuku's head has gotten damp, so Inko replaces it with a fresh one before covering him with blankets. Already, Izuku's skin has regained some of its warmth and color, though that's small comfort when he's still unconscious. All Inko can do now is monitor him and wait, growing more nervous with each moment he doesn't wake. His injuries seem mild, leading Inko to believe that it's just shock or exhaustion keeping him asleep, but the fear that he's sustained some unseen damage haunts her. She will wait half an hour, she tells herself, and then they are going to the hospital. While she waits, Inko lets herself cry. Izuku's eyes flutter open exactly 17 minutes later. His stare is hazy, perhaps a bit dazed, but he doesn't seem to have any trouble focusing on Inko, which she takes as a good sign. Tears build in his eyes almost instantly as Inko struggles to stop her own and compose herself. "Mama," he says, voice so gravely and raw that Inko's throat aches in sympathy, "I'm sorry." Any progress Inko has made at holding back her tears is obliterated. "Baby, why are you apologizing? Don't apologize. It's okay, everything is okay now." He shakes his head, something wild rising in his eyes as he struggles to sit up, wincing in pain as he braces his hands on the bed. Inko reaches to the table where she has already prepared a glass of water and some painkillers, passing them to Izuku, who swallows them desperately. He chugs all the water and Inko considers offering him more, but is too reluctant to leave him just yet. "I did a bad thing," he tells her, staring blankly at the empty glass in his hands. "What happened?" she asks softly. "I hurt someone. Real bad. With my quirk." If Izuku's quirk is involved, this is worse than Inko imagined. Unlike most people, including Izuku himself, Inko does not fear her son's quirk. She probably would, if it belonged to anyone other than Izuku, but she knows her baby boy, and she knows that all he has ever wanted is to help people. But the rest of the world wouldn't know that. They wouldn't understand that, Even if Izuku's quirk had so many horrifying and immediately obvious applications, he would never use it that way. People would be afraid of him and they would want to hurt him, lock him up. Or worse, use him. Inko can't allow it to happen. It's why she's broken so many laws over the years to pretend that Izuku is quirkless. It's why she tolerated the pain in his eyes, why she grit her teeth and watched as his bubbling optimism slowly became more and more reserved, even though it killed her inside. She wants Izuku to be able to be proud of who he is. She wants him to be able to live his life freely and happily. But most of all, she wants him to be safe. Izuku, she says, tone serious but still as gentle as she can make it. I need you to tell me what happened. It's going to be okay. I'll fix it for you, I promise. You can't, he sobs. You can't fix it. They're dead. Inko schools herself not to react, keeping the shock and fear off her face. That certainly makes things more complicated. But she meant what she said. She will do anything she can to keep Izuku safe. Inko won't let anything as trivial as a dead body or Izuku's quirk being revealed stop her from protecting her baby. They could always leave Japan. Inko is sure that if she asks, Hisashi can get them plane tickets to America. He probably wouldn't even ask many questions. He has always been a discreet type of man. She takes Izuku's hands between her own and forces him to meet her eyes. Tell me everything. He does, and as he gets more and more distressed through the course of his tale, Inko oscillates between horrified, enraged, and relieved. Horrified that Izuku has had to experience this, enraged that anyone dared to touch him, and relieved that the situation is not half so dire as she assumed. I'm a villain, he tells her, broken-hearted and sincere. You're not. I am. I used my quirk to hurt someone. Only villains do that. You did it to save yourself. That's what heroes do. You're a hero. I'm not. You are, Inko insists, meaning it with every fiber of her being. You are my hero. I don't know what I would have done if I had lost you, Izuku. You survived and you came home to me. That's the best thing you could have done. Whatever response he has, certainly an argument to the contrary, is lost to his sobs. He curls up in Inko's lap and lets her rock him, humming soothing sounds and reassuring him over and over that he has done nothing wrong. He falls asleep in her arms, to her narrative of love and support, and she hopes it will seep into his dreams. Inko doesn't leave him for a long time that night. She holds Izuku like he is still a toddler and tries to figure out what this means for them. Her first concern, for the moment, has to be Izuku's health. While he escaped the assault miraculously uninjured, the sludge he described could have had any number of pathogens inside it. Taking Izuku to the hospital would draw too much attention to the already delicate situation, so for the moment she'll have to monitor him for any signs of infection or illness. Hopefully she'll be able to pull a sample of the sludge from Izuku's bag. She has a friend at the hospital who would be willing to run tests on it on the down low, and that'll give her a better idea of whether there are any urgent issues. Thankfully, she is reasonably sure that Japan won't immediately become unsafe for them. Izuku is young and the person who attacked him was doubtlessly a villain. It's entirely possible that the death won't even be noticed. Even if it is, it would need to be traced back to Izuku, and then there was still only a small chance that anyone would try to prosecute him, a child who had a quirk accident while defending himself against a villain. But there is the issue of Izuku's quirk. He used it outside the house, where any number of people or cameras could have seen. Maybe it isn't unreasonable to assume that no one is aware of what happened, but that assumption is dangerous, and Inko's concern, first and foremost, is with Izuku's safety. It would be best to leave, Inko decides. Just in case. It might not be necessary, but it's not as if they will be leaving that much behind. There are more reasons to leave than to stay. For the first time she can remember, Inko calls Hisashi instead of the other way around. He doesn't answer and Inko tries not to get impatient as she waits for a response. She calls again after an hour. Then again the hour after that. Finally, Hisashi calls her back. Is everything all right? He asks in place of a greeting. It's late there, isn't it? Yes. Would you be willing to buy plane tickets for me and Izuku? There is a pause. Hisashi's response, when it comes, is decidedly neutral. Plane tickets. To America. You want to come to the States? I think a change of scenery would be good for Izuku, she says honestly. You know that school isn't kind to him and it's only getting worse as he gets older. America has a larger population of quirkless people and I've read that they're better treated because of it. Hisashi is quiet for another long moment. Besides, Inko adds, wouldn't you like to meet your son? Of course, Hisashi finally answers, I'll make the arrangements. Tension that has been spooling in Inko's gut releases so quickly it leaves her slightly dizzy. She grips the arm of her chair tightly enough that all the blood leaves her knuckles. Is next week too early for you? Hisashi asks. I can book something later if you need more time to prepare. No. Next week is perfect. Inko hangs her head back and closes. Her eyes, relief pulsing over her as Hisashi talks about the details of the arrangement. Moving will be an adjustment, but it's worth it to keep Izuku safe, and she truly does believe that a new start could be good for him. Inko bids her goodbyes, but Hisashi interrupts her before she can hang up. I'm glad you called, is the last thing he says to her. I've been wanting to see Izuku in person for a while now. 3 days after the incident with the sludge villain, Izuku is called to the principal's office where the police are waiting for him. His stomach sinks, but he doesn't panic. He doesn't even cry. He is scared because he doesn't know exactly what is going to happen to him now, and he is sad because all of his mother's hard work to make a life for them in America is going to waste, but mostly he is resigned and accepting. This is nothing less than what he deserves, he tells himself, and if his inner voice sounds like Katsuki, that's just because Katsuki was right all along. Izuku is a villain now, and villains go to jail. He just hopes his mother won't get into any trouble. Izuku, someone says. He recognizes the voice, but he's so surprised to hear it here that it takes him a moment to place it. He blinks and turns his head, noticing for the first time that his Aunt Mitsuki is sitting in one of the chairs in front of the principal's unoccupied desk. Why is Auntie here? Is it because of Katsuki? Did Katsuki finally tell her that Izuku is a villain? Is she the one who turned him in? She doesn't look mad, though, which is what Izuku would expect from someone looking at a villain. Izuku isn't sure how she looks. He's never seen her face like it is right now, as she reaches a hand out to him. Reflexively, he takes it, and she pulls him towards her until he is close enough to hug, tucking his head under her chin. It's odd, Auntie has never been a hugger, preferring to show her affection by ruffling hair or bumping shoulders. What's going on? He asks, words sounding distant to his own ears. Midoriya-kun, one of the officers says, speaking far more gently than Izuku deserves, considering what he has done. This is about your mother. His mother? Panic spikes in Izuku's chest. He has accepted that he needs to be punished for what he did, but his mom has nothing to do with that. Are the police blaming her instead? Izuku has no doubt she would let them if it meant keeping Izuku safe. Maybe that's why Auntie is here, because his mom has been arrested for Izuku's crimes and now he's going to have to stay with the Bakugos. What about my mom? He asks in a rush. Where is she? Can I see her? No, Izuku-kun, Aunt Mitsuki says into his hair, voice strangely muffled. I'm sorry, but your mother has been in an accident dash. Izuku's world narrows, his vision tunneling, sights and sounds growing more and more distant. His mother has been in an accident, he thinks to himself. His mother has been in an accident. He can feel hands on his face, grounding him, holding him down so he can't float away. Auntie's palms are soft and familiar, but her red eyes are filled with tears and Izuku has never seen her cry before. Oddly, Izuku doesn't think he's crying, because he can still see, even if everything around him looks slightly off, like he's in a dream. Maybe he's dreaming. Maybe that's why his mother has been in an accident. The officers are saying something, their mouths moving in turns, but Izuku can't hear them, or he isn't listening, but what difference does that make? His eyes slide over to the dying plant in the corner. The edges of its leaves are yellow and brittle, crumbling and cracking under the slightest pressure. Izuku pities it. As long as he has known about it, the plant has been dying. It never just dies. It has been dying for years and that sounds terrible. Izuku's fingers tingle, even though the sensation feels far away. He wonders if they would crumble and crack if he bent them, like perpetually dying foliage. The officers nod, say one last thing, and then leave. Auntie kisses Izuku's forehead, hugs him tight for a moment, and then stands. She holds his hand and leads him out of the room, towards the school entrance. Izuku stares at his fingers, folded around hers. They are still attached even though he feels so brittle, like he should break, not bend. Are we going to the hospital? Izuku asks as Auntie buckles him into the back seat of her car, because his mother has been in an accident so she must be in the hospital now. Auntie stares at him like he is some foreign creature. Or maybe like he is a dying plant. No, we're not, she says. She drives them home instead. To the Bakugo's home, that is. The journey blurs around Izuku and he loses track of where he is and what's happening until suddenly they're there, the car already off, Izuku's seat belt already undone, and Auntie already tugging him out of his seat with uncharacteristically gentle hands. Izuku's apartment is just down the street. He can walk there from here. He did all the time when he was small and Katsuki was still his friend. He turns that way now, but Aunt Mitsuki grabs him by the hand and leads him into the house. When do I get to see my mom? Izuku. She's gone. Gone where, he wonders. She wouldn't leave for America without him. He is the whole reason they have to leave in the first place. She's dead. His mother has been in an accident. Izuku is familiar with death in a way that most children, even most adults, are not. He has faced death, he has felt it all around him. His mother has been in an accident the same way the sludge villain was in an accident when they met Izuku. He hears his mother's voice in his ears, an echo from just days ago that feels so far away now that he'll never hear it again. I don't know what I would have done if I had lost you, Izuku. What is he meant to do, now that he has lost her? When Katsuki gets home, his old hag meets him at the door. Deku had been pulled out of class halfway through the day and never returned, leaving Katsuki in a good mood that teeters precariously as his mother sticks an arm out and blocks his path towards his room. Her eyes are swollen, he realizes, and her usually perfect complexion is red and blotchy. What's wrong with you? He barks. He shoves her arm out of his way, but she raises it again in an instant. Katsuki, the old hag says, level and grave. Inko died this afternoon. Katsuki freezes. He has barely seen Inko Midoriya since he was 4 years old. He hasn't wanted to, never forgetting the way she treated him the day of Izuku's violation, acting as if Katsuki was the FING problem. But despite the stain of that memory, Katsuki often remembers how kind Auntie Inko was to him. Even when Katsuki was being a little piece of sheet, she never raised her voice with him. Except for that one day, she always gave him the benefit of the doubt, treating him with a care he never experienced anywhere else. Often, enviously, he had wished that Auntie Inko was his mother, and Izuku could have the old hag, who was always so much nicer to him, anyway. What happened? He asks, sounding small and lost in a way that makes him growl under his breath a second later. There was a villain attack at the hospital and she got caught up in it. The villain died while the heroes were attempting to subdue him. Good, Katsuki spits. For once his mother does not yell at him about his too casual attitude towards death and violence. Izuku is in the guest room, she says instead. The loss and yearning that rose inside Katsuki at the news of Auntie's death drain away, leaving familiar, hollow anger in their wake. His mother must be able to read it on his face because she scowls at him. He's only here for the night, she tells him, like that makes it effing okay. His father booked the first flight from the States, he's probably already on his way. He'll have picked Izuku up before you get home tomorrow. Katsuki sneers. I don't effing want him here. He has nowhere else to go. That boy's entire world just shattered and the least we can do for Inko is give him a place to stay for the night. You will be civil to him. I won't bother him if he doesn't bother me. They stare at each other for an intense moment before the old hag sighs. She grabs him by the hair, shaking his head from side to side and ignoring the way he shouts about it. Good. Now go do your homework or whatever it is you do, brat. Katsuki bats her hands away, moving towards his room before she finishes her sentence. Down the hall, the door of the guest room is ajar, and Katsuki stops to glare at it, fists flexing, before scoffing and yanking the door to his own room open. He slams it behind him. Like every evening, Katsuki spreads his work over his desk and sets about getting it done. Normally, he doesn't struggle in the slightest, working easily through anything the extras at school throw at him. Today, though, can't concentrate. His eyes keep drifting towards the wall that connects his room to the one that goddamn Deku is in, upper lip twitching in an unconscious sneer. Deku is in his house, in the next room, breathing Katsuki's air and probably getting it all shitty and contaminated. It's like Deku's last act of FNG with Katsuki's life. Auntie dies, and the nerd is going to go away to live in the US with his father, finally out of Katsuki's hair forever, but first he's just got to come in here and invade Katsuki's home first. Katsuki's pencil snaps in his fist. Splinters of wood dig into his palm and he curses, dropping the pencil halves and shaking his hand out. A small sliver of the sheet has embedded itself beneath his skin and he digs at it with his thumb for a moment before cursing again when he can't get it out. He shoves himself away from his desk, making a general racket as he slams his chair backwards. "Knock it off," the old hag shouts from somewhere else in the house when Katsuki's door bangs against the wall as he throws it open. He rolls his eyes, storming to the bathroom to get the FING tweezers and maybe a band-aid or something too, if he's actually going to end up bleeding just because he broke his stupid goddamned pencil. The guest room is between Katsuki and the bathroom and the door is open enough for him to see inside. Izuku sits on the bed, back against the headboard with his arms wrapped around a pillow he holds in his lap. He is staring blankly towards the door and Katsuki freezes as their eyes unintentionally meet, though it isn't entirely clear whether Izuku actually sees him. The nerd isn't doing anything, he's just sitting there, all empty-eyed. It's FNG creepy, is what it is. Katsuki resists the urge to snap, sure that wherever his mother is, she is listening closely and primed to start screaming at him if he steps a toe out of line. Gritting his teeth so hard his jaw aches, he tears his eyes from Izuku and turns back towards the bathroom, clinging tightly to a thin thread of restraint. Then, so softly Katsuki will wonder if he imagined it, Izuku says, "I think you were right about me, Kaken." Katsuki shudders violently, body going numb as his abruptly racing pulse fills his ears. He does not turn back towards the guest room. He thinks he can feel Izuku's eyes on him, a stare so cold it burns and so empty it swallows everything it meets. A small, hysterical part of Katsuki, a part he refuses to acknowledge, much less indulge, is certain that if he turns his head to the side Izuku will be right there, hollow gaze filling the gap between the door and its frame. Resolutely looking at the opposite wall, Katsuki does a 180, returns to his room with measured, equal steps and locks the door behind him. He does not run. There's no reason for him to run away from that shitty, useless weakling. This is his house and Katsuki doesn't run from anything. And things that run are often chased. The man who comes to pick Izuku up from the Bakugo household early the next afternoon is not his father. Hisashi, Auntie Mistuki greets as she opens the door. "I can't say I'm glad to see you again, considering the circumstances." "Yes," the man beyond the door responds. "I suppose I would rather have never seen you again at all." "I'm sorry for your loss, Mitsuki. Izuku has lost far more than I have." At that, both adults' attention moves to where Izuku stands, hovering just past the entryway and watching their interaction with tired, wary eyes. He stares at the stranger, more alert than he has been since he received the news about his mother. The man has golden amber eyes and a smattering of freckles. His hair is a mass of dark and wild curls. Likely, he is taller than Izuku will ever be, and his features are long and thin where Izuku's are round, but the resemblance between them is obvious. Izuku, as it turns out, was a perfect combination of his parents' features, and no one would be able to look at the pair of them and not identify them as closely related. But this man is not his father. Izuku's father has a fire-breathing quirk. This is one of relatively few facts Izuku knows about Hisashi Akitani. The man at the door does not have a fire-breathing quirk. Izuku is not entirely sure what his quirk actually is, a new and disconcerting sensation. He can still sense it but can't identify it. The quirk is tangled and shifting and seems to be shouting too much conflicting information that Izuku can't make sense of. It makes his head hurt. "Izuku," the man says, "I am so sorry this has happened to you." His voice is soft and sounds sincere, But he is clearly lying about who he is, so Izuku has no reason to trust anything else he says. Izuku cuts his eyes to Aunt Mitsuki, wondering if he should say something. Would she believe him? What could she do about it if she did? He stays quiet as the man walks past Aunt Mitsuki with a nod, coming to stand in front of Izuku. Are you going to take me to America? Izuku asks him. I'm going to take you home, the man replies. My home is down the street. The man's eyes soften, losing a guardedness that Izuku didn't notice until it was gone. The man agrees. I'm hoping we can make a new one together. Izuku does not want a new home, especially not with this imposter, even if he seems nice enough. Izuku wants to go back to the apartment and be greeted by the smell of his mother's cooking. He wants to see her standing in the kitchen, hear her humming to herself, smell her shampoo as she hugs him close to welcome him home. This man, father or not, can't give Izuku that. Nothing can, because it doesn't exist anymore. The man kneels in front of him. I know that's not what you want right now. It might even sound impossible. But it's my job to take care of you, and I promise I'll do that as well as I can. The man reaches out a hand, silently asking for permission to touch, and Izuku stares at it for a long moment. He doesn't know who this person is, why he is here, or where Izuku's actual father is. But Izuku finds that he doesn't particularly care. He knows he should, in a distant sort of way, but he can't actually find it inside himself. Today Izuku is going home with a strange man, who will take him away from everything he knows and nothing will ever be the same again. This would be true, even if it was actually Izuku's father crouching in front of him. Whether the stranger is his father or some other person wearing his father's face makes little difference in the end. Izuku puts his hand in the man's and lets himself be pulled into a gentle hug. It's nice. The man is bigger and more solid than Aunt Mitsuki, and he smells of something smoky and sharp. The man lets Izuku go and stands, turning back to Auntie who has been watching them with drawn brows. Thank you for keeping him safe for me, but we should probably be going. I can't be away from work for long, so we'll be catching a flight back stateside this evening and I want to make sure we have time to pack up anything he wants to keep from the apartment. Auntie bites her lip. I understand. I'll walk you over. I still have Inko's spare key, so I can let you in. The walk to the apartment is short and silent. Auntie's tension contrasts perfectly against the man's reserved stoicism. Between the two adults, Izuku's shorter legs set their pace, and he stares down at their feet, barely blinking. The man's shoes seem unreal against the cracked concrete of the sidewalk, perfectly polished and unscuffed dress shoes that Izuku thinks would look out of place anywhere except a high-end department store. His suit is the same, pristine and perfectly pressed, as if the man has not spent the last day darting between airports on different sides of the world. I can take it from here, the man says, firm but not unkind, after Aunt Mitsuki fumbles the door to the Midoriya apartment open. She blinks. Right. Her eyes drift to Izuku and she hesitates for a moment before dropping down next to him, placing one hand on his shoulder and the other on the side of his face. We're going to miss you so much, she tells him. I expect you to call, all right? Just because you're going away doesn't mean you have to be gone. We can still talk whenever you want. If you ever need anything, Masaru and I will still be there for you, just like always, no matter how far away we are. Love you, kiddo. I love you too. She pulls him into a long, tight hug, then stands and stares at him for a moment, as if committing him to memory. Izuku does the same, not knowing when he'll see her next. Aunt Mitsuki was practically a second mother to him, even if he saw her less frequently after his accident with Katsuki, and now he is losing her too. He watches as she walks away down the hall, watches still even after she disappears, until the man who is not his father places a hand on his shoulder and steers Izuku into the apartment. The door closes. Behind them and Izuku is alone with the stranger. Feel free to grab anything you need, the man says, but only things that are important. Anything else can be replaced when we get where we're going. Izuku leads the way to his room. The man glances around but says nothing as Izuku pulls a suitcase from his closet and begins sorting through his belongings for those that have sentimental value. He puts aside some of his favorite clothes, In All Might plush he and Katsuki had gotten together before their relationship imploded, photos of his mother that he can't stand to look at but can't leave behind, the Quirk analysis notebooks that he has poured so much time into. The man sits on Izuku's bed and watches in silence. "Who are you?" Izuku asks. The man raises his eyebrows, says nothing. "You're not my father," Izuku persists. "Who are you?" "I work for your father." "Oh. Are you bringing me to him?" "As soon as you are done here, yes." "How do you look like him?" "A quirk of an associate. Your father was unable to come retrieve you in person, but it seemed unlikely that your temporary guardians would hand you over to a stranger. A degree of deception seemed prudent." "What's your name?" "You may call me Kurogyri." "And your quirk?" The man smiles with an edge. "You ask a lot of questions, don't you, Izuku Shigaraki?" "Midoriya," Izuku corrects, frowning. "I'm sorry. You don't need to answer them." "It's fine. An inquisitive mind is something your father values. Knowledge is power after all. As for my quirk, you'll see soon enough." "Are you finished?" Izuku has not found anything new to put into the suitcase for nearly 3 minutes. He looks down at it, one side still nearly empty. Izuku has more things, of course, but none of them truly matter to him. His life, he thinks, is painfully empty. The most important thing in it was his mother. With her, it didn't matter what else he had. But now she is gone, and the contents of Izuku's life can be condensed to one side of a relatively small piece of luggage. "Not quite," is all he tells the man, Kurogyri, before leaving his own bedroom to go to his mother's. Kurogyri does not follow, and Izuku is glad. He doesn't want the stranger in his mom's room. The bed is still unmade and there are sticky notes on the dresser, reminders of tasks that Izuku's mother would never get around to fulfilling. On the side table, there is a framed picture of the two of them and a locket. Izuku takes the picture, pressing it against his chest so he can't see his mother grinning out from behind the glass. He passes the locket chain over his head, letting it fall under his shirt. It's a cheap piece of jewelry that Izuku had given his mom for Christmas when he was 6. The clasp had broken almost immediately, so it could no longer open, and she had never found a photo to place inside anyway, but she always said it was her favorite. "Lockets hold memories," she had said, when a disappointed Izuku asked why she still bothered wearing it after it broke so quickly. "This one holds all my memories of you. It doesn't even open. If it can't open, then nothing can ever escape. It's perfect." For 4 years, Izuku had rarely seen her without it, only when she was going to work or just returning. She always left it on the table when she had to leave because she didn't want it to get broken in any of the chaos that could sometimes descend on the hospital. Yesterday, she had left it on the table and gone to work as usual, and she had gotten broken in the chaos instead. "Do you have everything you need?" Kurogyri asks as Izuku leaves the bedroom. Izuku nods. "Are you sure? We won't be returning here." Izuku hesitates, looking over the small apartment that is the only home he has ever known. Yesterday he left for school in the morning, and today he will leave for good. No more scuffs from Katsuki's shoes on the door, no more height marks ticked into door frames, no more drafty windows in the winter or neighbors who were always looking for a lost cat that was just sleeping under some furniture. "I'm sure," Izuku lies. "What time is our flight?" "All right. We won't be going to the airport, actually." "What? Why not?" "You said you were sent here by my dad. Aren't you supposed to take me to him?" "And I will. I simply have more convenient modes of transportation." On cue, the air next to Kurogyri bends, a dark mist spiraling out of a single point and expanding until it is the approximate size of a doorway. Izuku squints at the sudden pain in his head staring at it, his own quirk providing an overwhelming mix of incomprehensible feedback at the sight. "After you," Kurogyri says, sweeping his arm out. Izuku shakes his head, backing up half a step. Despite the deception associated with Kurogyri's presence, Izuku has not cared enough to resist or rail against the odd circumstances, but this? He doesn't like this, doesn't like not knowing what that swirling mass of darkness is or what it will do to him. Kurogyri sighs and makes a small gesture with his hand that causes the ground to fall away from Izuku's feet. Izuku doesn't even have time to shout. For days ago, Sensei had come to the bar, and it hadn't been for Tamura. Sensei had walked past Tamura like he wasn't even there, sitting heavily on a stool in front of Kurogyari and tapping his fingers on the bar in a harsh, staccato rhythm. Kurogyari, prepare a room. Inko has gotten it into her mind to remove my son from Japan. He will be joining us sooner than anticipated. Tamura sat in his corner booth, handheld game forgotten as a game over message flashed across the screen. He had been living as Sensei's ward for a decade now, and while he didn't see the man in person all that often, he knew Sensei trusted and cared for him. But he had never heard of an Inko, and he had no idea that Sensei had a son. And the mother? Kurogyari asked, equally oblivious to Tamura's presence, even as Tamura threw his game down loudly on the table to scratch at his neck. She won't be an issue. Just the one room. Sensei paused for a moment, seeming to think, though he could be hard to read with his head encased in metal. Actually, he added, is my old room still open? Of course, sir. Good. I think I'll be staying a while. Best to be here while Izuku settles in. You're staying? Tamura couldn't help but ask, drawing both adults' attention. Oh, Tamura. Tamura's skin crawled at the casual, almost disinterested way Sensei said his name, nothing like the way he lingered over the syllables of Izuku. Yes, I suppose so. Once Izuku arrives, I'll want to make sure he adjusts well to the change. Izuku, Tamura thought, must be the son. It wasn't a very impressive name, if you ask him. Sensei must not have chosen it, because it wasn't half as good as Tamura's. Izuku, Tamura thinks now, is not very impressive to look at either. Days of turning the name over in his head has made the thought bitter, a disdain that leaks from Tamura's eyes as he glares at the pathetic mess on the floor. Kurogyari had dropped Izuku into the bar just seconds ago. He had stumbled backwards through a portal, off balance, and immediately fell on his butt, now sitting on the floor, blinking dumbly. Tears are already building in the corners of his disgustingly wide and saccharine eyes, even though nothing has even happened to him yet. Tamura doesn't bother holding back his scoff and no one even scolds him for it. Normally Kurogyari, as uptight as he is, would sigh and remind Tamura to mind his manners, and then Sensei, if he was there, would say that Tamura should vocalize his discontent in whatever way he sees fit, so long as he pairs his words with actions, because that's how change begins. Neither adult acknowledges Tamura now, both too occupied with the new nuisance taking up space in their bar, looking seconds away from some kind of meltdown. The last 4 days have been all about Izuku and preparing for Izuku's arrival, and Tamura just can't understand it. Sensei already has him. Why would he need another kid, especially one as lame as this brat who looks like some kind of fluffy baby animal and can't seem to string 2 words together? He's unnecessary is what he is, and Tamura has said as much, but no one has listened to him. Well, perhaps Tamura has just been going about it wrong. Sensei has always made it clear that it's good for Tamura to hate things, but also that doing nothing with that hatred is wasteful. If something upsets him, he's supposed to do something about it. As small and weak as he is, Tamura supposes that Izuku should be easy enough to destroy. Izuku crashes to the polished wood floor of an unknown place, blind to the details of his surroundings as a film of tears covers his vision, preventing him from adjusting to the dim light of this new place. There's a scoff to the side and he turns towards it. Blurrily, Izuku can see someone, and he blinks hard to bring the figure into focus. A boy, older than Izuku but most likely only by 4 or 5 years, sits in one of several booths along the near wall, one leg drawn up onto the seat and the other stretched out in front of him. He is dressed in all black and his hair is a pale robin's egg blue, hanging over his face in limp strands. He scowls, the anger in his red eyes so familiar that Izuku can briefly smell burning sugar and singed skin. The boy stands and closes the distance between them in only a few steps, stretching a hand down to Izuku and wiggling his fingers slightly in invitation. For a moment, Izuku just stares, taken aback by the helpful gesture that clashes with the boy's hostile demeanor, but then, tentatively he reaches up to take it. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogyari's voice interrupts, filled with warning, and Izuku's hand flinches backwards as the boy's eyes flash. The boy, presumably Tamura Shigaraki, lunges forwards. latching onto Izuku's wrist and pulling him up. Beneath his fingers, the sleeve of Izuku's jacket starts to flake and crack apart, drifting to the floor as dust. It takes only seconds, during which Izuku can do nothing but stare, dumbfounded, for that thin barrier to be gone, and then Shigaraki is touching his skin and Izuku's wrist lights up with pain so intense that Izuku's vision goes entirely white for a moment. "Don't, Kurogiri," Izuku distantly hears someone say over the sound of his own gasps. "Give him a moment." Izuku claws at the hand around his wrist and Shigaraki's quirk, the same one eating away at Izuku's skin, rushes to Izuku easily, almost eagerly. With Shigaraki's fingers clenched tight in raw flesh, the pain doesn't abate, but the destruction halts. And then Shigaraki is the one screaming, as Izuku's fingers around his wrist slowly carve grooves of decay into his skin, blood and ash mixing together into a thick gray-red paste. It's a 5-finger activation quirk, Izuku realizes as he releases his grip, allowing Shigaraki to hunch around his damaged appendage. Izuku takes a step back, but he is trembling so hard that he immediately falls to the floor again, scrambling away from a hissing Shigaraki as the boy recovers enough to glare at Izuku with so much malice that he's sure even Katsuki would be cowed. Stools clatter around Izuku as he backs into them, knocking them aside as he presses himself against the bar. Beneath Izuku's hands, pristine floorboards rot into powder. "You little brat," Shigaraki spits. He takes a swaying step forward, menacing. "Excellent," a familiar voice says, deep and slightly raspy, as a stool to Izuku's left screeches harshly across the floor. Shigaraki halts his approach. A man stands there, dressed in the same suit as Kurogiri, adjusting the sleeves of his jacket as he looks down at Izuku. The man does not have a face. His head is wrapped in an intimidating contraption of black metal that Izuku can't quite make sense of and can't seem to force himself to look at for more than a split second. His eyes continuously sliding away to the man's collar or shoulder instead. "I suspected you were like me when I saw what you did to that villain, but this confirms it," the man says. "You know about the sludge villain." It is a statement, not a question. Somehow, this man knows what Izuku did. It is everything his mother feared. Briefly, Izuku is glad his mother isn't alive to see this moment, and then he feels sick at the thought. "Of course I do, my boy," the man replies. "What kind of father would I be if I didn't?" The man with no face is Izuku's father. This is not a revelation. The knowledge had settled inside Izuku, a cold knot of certainty in his stomach, from the moment he saw him. This man, like Kurogiri, doesn't have the fire-breathing quirk that Izuku expected. Or maybe he does, somewhere among the seemingly endless number of foreign quirks he has stored inside of him, filed away in neat little rows that Izuku can only get half a read on. Dread coils and surges around Izuku's ribs at the idea that he is anything like this man, whose mere presence makes Izuku feel like he is suffocating, but they are undeniably the same. "Now, the man, Hisashi," Izuku's father says, "I am very proud of you for protecting yourself, of course, but could you please give your brother his quirk back? He won't attack you again." "Brother?" Izuku asks numbly. "Ah, yes, I suppose the two of you haven't been introduced properly. Forgive his manners, he's a passionate boy. Tamura." Shigaraki is called forward with a gesture, scratching compulsively at his neck, leaving angry red lines in the wake of his nails. Izuku's father places one hand on the boy's shoulder and stretches the other down to help Izuku up. Unthinking, Izuku takes it with all 5 fingers, but his father doesn't so much as flinch as he pulls Izuku to his feet. When he releases his grip, blood clots as the wound Izuku just caused begins healing immediately. "Tamura, this is Izuku." "Izuku, this is Tamura. I adopted Tamura shortly before you were born. Leaving you was not something I did lightly, but Tamura had no one and you had your mother. I'm sure you understand. The two of you will get along quite nicely, I think." From either side of Izuku's father, the boys stare at one another, and Shigaraki's unwavering glare made Izuku doubt the veracity of that claim. "Now the quirk. You can return it, I presume?" Izuku nods, slowly reaching across the space separating him from Shigaraki, cautious and telegraphed, like the way he would approach a stray dog that may be prone to bite. "I need to touch you," Izuku explains when Shigaraki only narrows his eyes suspiciously. Izuku is careful to keep his pinky raised when Shigaraki's hand meets his. Does it always take this long? His father asks after a moment, still looming between them. It's harder to give them B back. Interesting. Shigaraki's quirk, in particular, is resisting. Izuku has only taken quirks a handful of times, all of them accidental, and the only quirk he has repeated, deliberate experience with is attraction of small objects. After enough practice with his mother, returning her quirk had been easy. Returning strangers' quirks, the few times he had an accident, was slightly harder, but still significantly easier than that very first, disastrous time with Katsuki. Generally, it was hard for Izuku to repel quirks away from himself when his quirk naturally wanted to attract them, but the quirks he stole were overall eager to return to their owners, to the place where they rightfully belonged. Shigaraki's quirk is not like that. It resists Izuku every step of the way, for nearly a minute, before Izuku manages to fully separate it from himself, more exhausted than his quirk has made him in years. His father catches him by the shoulder as he slumps. Immediately, Shigaraki grabs a glass from the bar, smirking viciously as it turns to dust between his fingers. Humming, Izuku's father lifts Izuku's damaged wrist, turning it over gently as he inspects the wound. "I can stop the bleeding," he says, "but you'll still need to be bandaged. Kurogiri, see to their wounds and then get Izuku set up in his room for me, would you? It's been a rather tiring day and I'm sure he would appreciate some rest before dinner. Izuku, if there's anything you need or want, feel free to write it down and Kurogiri will retrieve it for you on his next trip out." "Of course, sir," Kurogiri says. Izuku looks to the side of the room where the man had been lingering out of the way as Izuku and Shigaraki clashed, seeing an entirely different person than the man who had taken him from the Bakugo's home that morning. Kurogiri's height is the same, but now his form is composed of the same black mist as the portal he opened in Izuku's living room, with wisps of purple around the edges and glowing yellow eyes. Whatever had been making the man look like Izuku's father must have worn off or been removed, leaving behind the deep, unfathomable smoke that either made up or engulfed Kurogiri's real body. While Izuku is distracted, his father covers the entirety of Izuku's wound with one large hand, making an absent-minded sound of apology when Izuku chokes down a yelp of pain at the contact. When he pulls his hand away, the wound is clotted over with a semi-gelatinous scab, not precisely healed and certainly still delicate, but sealed enough that Izuku is no longer losing blood. He does the same for Shigaraki, before ruffling both boys' hair and disappearing through a door at the back of the room. Kurogiri seats both Izuku and Shigaraki on a stool, keeping several feet between the two of them while he digs behind the bar for a first aid kit. He wraps their wrists quickly but gently as Izuku lists against the bar top, exhaustion washing over him in waves. Afterwards, Kurogiri leads Izuku to a room, slightly bigger than his old bedroom, but completely empty aside from a desk and the bed, which is made up with neutral blue bedspread. The room has no windows. "It's quite boring right now," Kurogiri says, "but this way you can decorate it to your preference. I can get you anything you'd like, within reason. The bathroom is just down the hall. Dinner will be ready in a few hours, but I'll retrieve you when it is, so feel free to rest in the meantime." Kurogiri leaves the room, but lingers in the door for a moment, staring in with inscrutable yellow eyes. "Welcome home, Izuku Shigaraki." Shigaraki must be his father's name, Izuku realizes. Or at least his favored pseudonym. Izuku had always thought that his father's family name was Akatani, but he was learning all kinds of ways he had been wrong today. A false name was nothing compared to the secret of his father's quirk, nothing compared to all the quirks he had stored away, nothing compared to the haunting knowledge of how he must have gotten those quirks. Izuku is afraid to assume too much, mostly because he is afraid to think about what this means for him, but he can't deny that those quirks must have come from somewhere. Izuku lays in his new bed that smells of foreign laundry detergent and tries not to think too hard about things like what his father has done or whether Tamura Shigaraki will try to kill him again or if his mother is watching from some place beyond and crying for him. Sleep does not come easily, but inevitably, it does come. Hisashi is a patient man, And he is grateful for that trait as he watches his son peer around corners of his new home like a skittish animal. The boy's life is changing in several very dramatic ways all at once, and Hisashi cannot begrudge him the need to take time to adjust. Though he is admittedly eager to begin training Izuku, Hisashi has lived a long life and is willing to wait a relatively short time in comparison to ensure that his son's integration is as successful as it can be. Hisashi does everything he can to make Izuku's life comfortable. The boy doesn't ask for much, so Hisashi goes out of his way to provide anything he can think of: toys, games, books, a laptop, a television, even plenty of hero merchandise based on Kuroji's reports of the boy's room in his mother's home. He encourages Tamura and Izuku to bond, and Tamura makes no further attempts to harm his brother, which Hisashi considers a success. The family of 3-4 if you count Kurojiri, which Hisashi doesn't particularly, eat every meal together, and Hisashi tolerates the inane conversation to gather every bit of information about his son that he can. He needs to know who Izuku is to get an idea of how to best shape him into who he will become. Now, the boy is reserved and anxious, and far too sweet for what Hisashi has in mind for him, but there is an obvious intelligence about him that has a great deal of potential. Intelligence like that rarely pairs long with happiness. It picks apart problems endlessly, it demands change, and it festers into discontent when society resists that change. Discontent is something Hisashi can use. It takes a week for Izuku to grow comfortable enough to start asking questions, and Hisashi is thrilled at the progress, even as he carefully debates his answers to not give too much away too quickly. Progress has been made, but it can still easily be undone. "We're not in America, are we?" is the first question Izuku poses. "No, we are not," Hisashi confirms. He supposes this became obvious rather quickly once he gave Izuku access to the news. For each question asked and answered without rebuke, his son grows more bold. "Who are you?" "I'm your father." "Who are you to everyone else?" Hisashi gives the question due consideration. Izuku waits patiently through his silence, watching with guarded, but no longer fearful eyes. "Well, that depends on who you ask. To you and Tamura I am a father and a teacher. Once, I was Hisashi Shigaraki, but very few still know me that way. To most, I am a ghost, a legend. Those who know better call me All for One." The words mean very little to Izuku, but he seems satisfied by the answer nonetheless. "You're a villain, aren't you?" Hisashi smiles. Everyone is the villain in someone's story. This answer is less satisfactory. For several days after, Izuku is like a ghost in the house, sticking to the shadows and fleeing the presence of his housemates as quickly as he can after meals, and Hisashi fears he has misstepped. Then, the boy is back at his side, quiet as ever but solid and determined. "Are you going to hurt me?" "That's the last thing I want, I assure you. I'm not the villain in your story, Izuku." "I want to be a hero," the boy tells him, words spilling out in challenge even as his hands fist nervously in his shirt. "You're capable of so much more." Izuku's eyes burn with discontent, and Hisashi knows that it is finally time. He waits 2 days before calling Izuku into his office. The boy sits in a chair that is far too large for him, shrinking into it as his fingers twist and tangle together, but his eyes shine with defiance. For now, that spirit is aimed at Hisashi, but Izuku is young and, given time, it will be a relatively simple task to point him towards a more appropriate target. "Tell me about your quirk." The spark in Izuku's eyes is snuffed out in an instant, but Hisashi doesn't let it worry him. With a match struck, the fire will never be banked for long. They have avoided this conversation long enough, and at this point, putting it off any longer would be a roadblock to their continued progress. "Why?" his son asks. "I don't use it." "Why not?" Izuku's brow creases in confusion. "It's bad. Using it hurts people." "But not using it hurts you, doesn't it? Your quirk is a part of you. Suppressing it like this isn't healthy, you know." "It's fine. It's safer this way for everyone." "Safer? You have far too many scars for a boy your age, I'm assuming from your peers. They think that you're quirkless, correct? And target you because of that? Should they be allowed to use their quirks on you but you can't use your own in defense? Wouldn't that be safer?" Izuku shakes his head with the blind determination of a child. Not for them. But what about you? Me? Izuku asks as if the concept is foreign. Yes, you. What about your safety? Your well-being? This isn't a trick question, my boy. I'm not trying to upset you. But why is hurting people okay only when you are the one being hurt? It's not okay, he says, doubtfully, like he knows it should be true but can't make sense of the context. But it's acceptable? My quirk is bad. If I use it, then I'm bad. Stated factual, the result of repetition, not truth. Quirks aren't good or bad, Hisashi corrects, just as matter of fact. They just are. Things that hurt people are bad. Is an earthquake bad? A hurricane? They can be tragic, perhaps, but they are natural things. Your quirk, Izuku, is like a force of nature. But I don't want to be an earthquake, the boy says, small and lost. No, you want to be a hero, don't you? Hisashi finds the loose thread and pulls. You can't be afraid of your quirk if you want to be a hero, you know. Heroes aren't supposed to be afraid of anything. Izuku hesitates, staring over Hisashi's shoulder with wet eyes and picking at his cuticles. He looks far younger than he is, with his hands close to his chest and his knees pressed together, feet hovering off the floor. How can I stop being afraid? He asks, so softly that Hisashi wouldn't have heard it, if not for the number of sensory enhancement quirks he has picked up over the years. I can help with that, Hisashi assures his son, you just need to trust me. And so, Izuku's training begins. At this point, the boy knows very little about how his own quirk functions, but with time they can fill the gaps in his knowledge together. Hisashi had planned to give Izuku a small handful of quirks to start with, to acclimate him to having and using more than one without the need for the boy to take them himself, but he finds he cannot. There is something incompatible in their quirks, like magnetism, they are the same, but repel each other because of that. It's an inconvenience, if a minor one, but Hisashi finds himself charmed by it, fascinated by the increasing complexity of the boy who shares half his DNA. Instead, Hisashi shuffles his mental schedule around slightly to prepare to introduce Izuku to the warehouse sooner than originally intended. The transition will be more jarring this way, so Hisashi spends the intervening week and a half before their visit slowly coaxing Izuku into some semblance of comfort with his quirk. Tamura proves to be a perfect tool for this, a textbook example of a destructive quirk, with destructive desires to match, yet Izuku refuses to condemn his brother, insisting that the older boy isn't bad, despite feeling an obvious degree of fear towards him. It is easy for Hisashi to turn the logic around on his son. When the time to visit the warehouse comes, Hisashi is reasonably confident that the trip will be productive. He is wrong. Izuku's first reaction to the unconscious woman on the table is confusion, a vague discomfort that he sets aside rather easily in the presence of a trusted adult. The woman is set aside in an otherwise empty room that Kurogyari teleports Hisashi and Izuku to directly. Normally, Hisashi wouldn't clear a space like this for a single subject, but Izuku is still in the very beginning stages of his metamorphosis, and Hisashi fully intends to keep the boy sheltered from some of the more distressing aspects of his work. So, the woman is alone and asleep when Hisashi instructs Izuku to take her quirk. The trust his son has in him, the trust that he has so carefully cultivated, shatters in an instant, as sudden and unexpected as a bullet through a champagne glass. The boy is shaking and babbling in horror as Hisashi curses himself internally, pressing twice on the small button in his pocket that alerts Kurogyari to retrieve them immediately. Izuku's panic does not subside in the bar, and Tamura, drawn to the commotion, watches with mixed irritation and amusement. Resigned, Hisashi presses a hand over his son's eyes, and the boy falls limp in his arms, unconscious in an instant. Tamura approaches them, feigning lazy disinterest, and reaches for Izuku's head with a hand that Hisashi bats away. Tamura smiles, sharp and impish, reaching forward again but pulling back before Hisashi can swat him, lifting both hands in a mock peaceful gesture. If Hisashi still had his eyes, he would be rolling them, but settles instead for simply saying, "Stop threatening to decay your brother." What's his problem, anyway? He had an adverse reaction to the warehouse. Tamura makes an understanding noise. Did you show him the labs? No. But I underestimated the extent of his issues with his quirk. I thought the last few weeks had opened his mind to the possibility of using it, but he didn't respond well to the reality. Really? That's it? The way he was glitching when I came in, I thought you had killed his mother or something. Again. Tamura, Hisashi warns. The boy snickers, unrepentant. Seriously though. He's such a little baby. I don't know why you even bother. Many would ask why I bothered with you, Hisashi points out sharply. I see potential in him. He's my son. No doubt he's capable of greatness, but he needs guidance on his path. Lame. When's he gonna wake up, anyway? I'm supposed to beat his butt at Mario Kart tonight. The quirk will wear off in an hour. You'll still be able to play your games. Sick, Tamura says and then leaves without so much as a goodbye, probably to shut himself into his room until dinner. Hisashi sighs again. He may be nearly immortal, but he's fairly certain that parenting is taking years off of his life. The next week makes Hisashi all the more certain of that assessment. All the progress he has made with Izuku is lost, and the boy is being as skittish as he was when Kurogyari first brought him home. He leaves his room only when Hisashi demands his presence, and spends the entirety of the time they are together staring with wide, watchful eyes, like he expects to be accosted the moment he lets his guard slip. Nothing changes as the days go on. Before, as anxious as Izuku was, he grew visibly more comfortable every day. In the days leading up to the ill-fated trip to the warehouse, he seemed to almost enjoy Hisashi's company. Now, every day is the same. Izuku watches silently, refusing to engage in conversation with Hisashi, and only interacting with Tamura or Kurogyari when they are alone. Hisashi moved too quickly. He knows that now, too late. He will not make the same mistake twice. He will go slowly this time. He brings Izuku back to the warehouse, to the same room, though it is empty this time. They stay there for an hour, doing nothing in particular. Hisashi fills the silence with regular conversation, like any they would have over dinner, and he knows Izuku is listening even if the boy does not reply. They go back every week, until Izuku stops looking like a hunted animal the moment they step foot into the room, even if his wariness never completely abates. Then one day, there is a man in there with them, unconscious on a table, same as before. No, Izuku says, the first words he has spoken directly to Hisashi in ages. No, I won't do it. I don't care, I just won't dash. Calm down, my boy, Hisashi soothes, and Izuku quiets his rambling, though his eyes stay wild. You don't have to do anything. We just have some company today, is all. Ignore him. And Hisashi pretends they are alone for the rest of the hour. There is another person the next week. And the next. And then, when Izuku grows used to the extra body in the room, when his eyes hardly flicker from Hisashi to the subject at all during the course of their stay, Hisashi escalates again. That week, he takes the subject's quirk himself. He approaches the body in the room for the first time, ignoring the way Izuku tenses, and places his hand on the man's forehead. In 15 seconds, the quirk is his. It is nothing impressive, a lung capacity quirk that allowed him to hold his breath for extended periods of time and blow large breaths of air with greater than average but overall uninspiring amounts of force. It is not a dramatic affair. Most people wouldn't have even known what happened, but Izuku shudders violently as Hisashi tears the quirk free, as if he can sense it. It's a fascinating idea that only makes Hisashi want to explore the workings of his son's quirk more, but he will maintain his patience, despite the temptation to plow ahead, the temptation to simply break the boy beneath his will instead of bend him. Don't worry, Hisashi tells his son, whose wide eyes don't waver from the man on the table. He's just fine. You took his quirk. I did. How can you say he's fine? Then, it's not as if he was using it. He'll hardly notice it's gone. That doesn't make it better, Izuku says, voice low, glaring eyes shaded by his hair. Hisashi sighs. I disagree. Izuku, quirks are tools, true or false? The boy startles at the non sequitur, anger draining into uncertainty. What does that have to do with anything? Just humor me, please. Izuku is quiet for a long moment before saying, true. Let's say you were trying to demolish a house and build a new one, a better one. That's a big project and it requires many tools. If someone else has them and isn't using them, why shouldn't you, who needs them, take them and put them to use? They're not yours. They are if you take them, Hisashi says, because as far as he is concerned, it is as simple as that. And if you use them better, isn't that a good thing? You're using them better? Izuku asks. I am building us, all of us, society as a whole, a new and better house. To do that, I need all the tools I can get. You still want to be a hero, don't you? Without hesitation, though confused by the connection, Izuku replies, of course. Why? To save people. The more tools you have, the more people you can save. Izuku looks conflicted when they return to the bar that day, and Hisashi is hopeful that appealing to his son's desire to be a hero might be the leverage point that he has been looking for. These hopes persist even when Izuku is not willing to take the subject's quirk the next week. They wane slightly the next. After a month, they are replaced with frustration. Hisashi has been doing some reading, because obviously he is not as in his element when it comes to parenting as he thought, and he has come to the firm conclusion that enough is enough. Izuku's reluctance, at first, was understandable. He had spent the last 6 years internalizing hatred for his quirk, and everything in his life was changing so quickly that he was certainly overwhelmed. Patience is necessary in a time like that, and it is important to be understanding of children when they are dealing with stress and trauma. But there comes a time when boundaries need to be set. Children will test them, naturally, but it is the job of the parent, for the good of the child, to enforce those boundaries and set clear expectations for what is and what isn't acceptable behavior. Izuku's behavior, verging from hesitance into rebellion, has not been acceptable. Today, Hisashi says as they step through Kurojire's portal into the warehouse, you are going to take this woman's quirk. Hisashi has specifically selected today's subject, whose quirk can briefly slow her perception of time, allowing her to pick up on small details of a situation and seemingly increase her own reflexes. It is a simple but useful quirk that will be easy to practice with and will, perhaps, finally give Izuku a hint of hope at winning any of the games he plays against Tamura. I won't do it, Izuku contradicts immediately. Hisashi frowns, despite having expected nothing else. We have been talking about your quirk for months. We won't get any farther if you keep refusing to use it. I don't care. I don't want to get any farther. Izuku, Hisashi says sternly, don't be difficult. I won't do it, Izuku repeats, shaking his adamantly, the textbook definition of difficult. You can't make me. Hisashi sighs. Actually, you'll find that I can. Forced quirk activation is not a particularly pleasant experience, which is why Hisashi had wanted to avoid it, but Izuku needs to learn that disobedience is met with consequences. Sharp, black appendages, shiny and hard like the carapace of a monstrous insect, sprout from Hisashi's shoulder blades and pierce Izuku through, one in his shoulder, one under his ribs, one over his hip. The process is not half so painful as it looks, and it leaves no lasting damage, but there is some pain involved, nonetheless, and a great deal of discomfort. The strangled, gurgling noise that rises out of Izuku's throat causes Hisashi's lips to purse with displeasure. Not entirely sure of the mechanics of the boy's quirk, Hisashi lifts one of Izuku's hands and places it on the woman's forehead, as Hisashi would do to take a quirk himself. There is no visible sign of Izuku's quirk, no way to tell if it is working, and Izuku is hardly in a state to say, so Hisashi counts to 30, double what he needs to steal a quirk, to be safe, and then releases forced activation. He catches his son as his knees give way, bundling the boy into his arms and pressing Izuku's face to his chest. Izuku is crying, of course, desperate heaving sobs that hitch and stutter as he struggles to get enough air. He pushes at Hisashi with shaking hands that do nothing but put creases in his suit jacket, beating weakly and ineffectually at his chest. Hisashi holds his son tight, one arm a solid bar across his back and the other hand running soothingly through the boy's hair as he hums a half-remembered melody from his own childhood. Izuku does not calm, but his hands go from pushing to pulling, grasping frantically to keep Hisashi as close as possible as he cries out months of built-up stress and grief and anger. Hisashi pets his son's hair and lets him cry, basking in the warmth of the new quirk that he can feel settled inside the boy, the first of what is sure to be many. Sometimes, Tamura wants very badly to take Izuku's head between his hands and squeeze until there is nothing left of the brat who invaded his life and stole away all of Sensei's attention. He wants it so badly that the desire crawls under his skin like a living thing trying to get out. Other times, when Izuku plays games with him for hours on end, Tamura is glad to have someone to enjoy things with. Before, the only emotion he shared with anyone was anger, but now he realizes why so many games come with co-op functions. Izuku has been living with them for about a year, and now the extra controllers in Tamura's room have a purpose beyond being backups in case his temper gets out of control. He still wants Izuku gone, and that will never change, because Izuku is and always will be unnecessary, but as long as the brat's around, Tamura might as well take advantage of some company other than Kurogiri. Today, Tamura has a new game, one he wouldn't have been able to play a year ago because it requires at least 2 people. But now he has a brother, and if Izuku is good for one thing, it's being a player too. Except Izuku hasn't been very good at that lately either. He was never good at it. He is actually very bad at any game that isn't strategy-based, which Tamura finds frustrating and smugly satisfying in turns, but he was always at least there. He would hold a controller when Tamura told him to and whine when Tamura didn't explain the game well enough, and then Tamura would beat him over and over again until he got bored, and the entire time Izuku would go along with it, even enjoying himself, despite how pitifully he always performed. Now, though, Izuku is tired all the time. He lays in bed or drags himself around the bar with dark circles under his eyes. He watches heroes on TV, scribbles away in his little notebooks, or stares blankly into space until Sensei comes to take him away for training. This time, Tamura finds him in his room, sitting on his bed with his head tipped back against the wall, listening to something obnoxious on the radio. "Let's play a game," Tamura demands, waving Izuku's designated controller over his head as he enters the room. "Sorry, Tamura, I'm not really in the mood right now," Izuku replies as if Tamura had asked. He doesn't turn the radio down. He doesn't open his eyes. "Maybe tomorrow," Izuku adds, but he has been saying that for nearly 2 weeks and his mood is never different the next day. At some point, Izuku had obviously been in the mood to play, but apparently that had changed and Tamura has no idea when or why or how to fix it. All he knows is that it's stupid and these days he wants to turn Izuku to dust even more than usual. "It's been ages," Tamura gripes. "What do you have going on that's so important, anyway? You're not even doing anything, just play a game with me." "I'm tired. I need a player too, come on." He tosses Izuku's controller over, but the brat makes no attempt to catch it, letting it bounce on the bedspread. His eyes are still closed. Tamura wants to gouge them from his head. "I'm tired. I won't be any good anyway." "What's your point? You're never any good, that wasn't an issue before. Why are you so tired anyway?" "Quirk training." "Is it really that hard?" "It's too easy," Izuku whispers after a pause. Tamura barely hears him over the shouting on the radio. "Isn't that a good thing?" Tamura asks. He wishes his own Quirk training had been easy. He remembers the grit of dust coating his teeth, blood dried into the creases of his fingers and palms, and wants to break something. Dad says it is. If Sensei says it is, then it is. Sensei knows what he's talking about. Izuku frowns at the ceiling like he disagrees. This is what Tamura hates most about him. Sensei and Izuku are together all the time, going to the warehouse, talking in Sensei's office, whatever it is they do. Sensei dotes on his son, his real son. Sensei has been a good mentor to Tamura, but not a father, never a father, a painful realization that had been shoved into Tamura's face when Izuku arrived. Izuku has a father that Tamura desperately craves and he frowns at the ceiling about it, weak and morally conflicted, questioning and wondering, refusing to embrace the power he was born with. "If you don't play this game with me," Tamura says, patience worn thin, "I'll decay all your notebooks." The threat gains him Izuku's full attention, the brat's eyes finally snapping open. The younger boy sits up, bringing his feet from their cross-legged position to the floor as he narrows his glare at Tamura. "You will not." "I will," Tamura sing-songs, strolling lazily towards Izuku's bookshelf where volumes of notes, handwritten over the course of years, have been catalogued. Tamura, don't you dare, Izuku warns as Tamura reaches out a teasing hand, ghosting a single finger over the spines of the books as he smiles innocently. As Tamura pulls one from the shelf, Izuku stands and rushes over, lunging for the notebook that Tamura just holds over his head, between his thumb and pointer finger. 5 years younger and about a foot shorter, Izuku has no hopes of reaching it. Izuku crowds against him anyway, standing up on his tiptoes in a futile attempt to retrieve his possession, but Tamura easily pushes him to the side, walking casually over to Izuku's bed. He picks up the abandoned controller there, offering it to Izuku with a smirk. Well, if you don't want me to, you could always just SCK it up and play a video game with me. Izuku scowls and crosses his arms. Really? Tamura asks. You're going to be a brat about this? Fine, if that's the way you want to play it. One by one, he lowers his fingers down, counting them off with gravitas, but Izuku only glares. Just before he can lower his pinky and turn the pages to dust, Izuku snatches the controller from his hands. For a moment, Tamura grins in victory, but the equally smug look on Izuku's face gives him pause. The controller crumbles in Izuku's hands. That's cheating. Tamura squawks. No cheat codes allowed. You can't do that. Huh, weird because it looks like I already did. Notebook forgotten, Tamura tackles him, and Izuku's mocking laughter turns quickly to a hiss at a particularly harsh pinch Tamura delivers to his side. Izuku always scolds Tamura for destroying his controllers, but here he is doing the exact same thing and looking so self-satisfied about it. Tamura can't stand him. Give it back, Tamura demands, jabbing Izuku again. Give it back so I can use it to kill you, little sheet. Compelling argument dash. Tamura's elbow drives the air from Izuku's retort. I'll show you a compelling argument, Tamura threatens, hawking back some spit and letting it dangle precariously from his lips as he leans over the boy he has pinned. Gross. Izuku shrieks beneath him, squirming wildly. Compelling, right? Keep your nasty gamer spit away from me. Give me my quirk back. Fine. Fine, just get off me first and I will. You win. I don't want whatever nasty diseases you have. Rabies, probably, Tamura replies, rolling to the side and holding his hand out so Izuku can have the contact he needs to return the quirk, a somewhat familiar motion at this point. When he first sits up, Izuku is disheveled from their wrestling and pouting petulantly from his loss. By the time he lets go of Tamura's hand, only about a minute later, weariness and malaise have taken him under again and he stares at their joined hands for a long minute even after his job has been done. Tamura wants to pull away, neither knowing or understanding what is wrong with his brother but certain that he's not emotionally qualified to deal with whatever it is, but he can't make himself move. At least I can actually give yours back, Izuku says solemnly. As if the words broke a trance, Tamura spastically pulls his hand away, immediately scratching at his neck with it. Izuku watches the compulsive behavior with two serious eyes that make Tamura feel torn between hiding his hands behind his back and digging his nails further into his skin. The radio is still going in the background, some English song that Tamura can't understand the lyrics of. If your life was a story, what role would my father play in it? Izuku questions abruptly, intense and sober in a way that feels unnatural coming from the dorky little brat. What kind of shitty question is that? Tamura asks in return, avoiding eye contact. Humor me, please? I'll play your game with you if you do. Sensei found me. He saved me when no one else would. I guess that would make him the hero, huh? Ironic. Tamura's neck stings as the jagged corner of one of his nails breaks skin. Maybe. You know, all this training I've been doing with my dad, I've realized that it's way harder for me to give someone a quirk that wasn't originally theirs to begin with. Your quirk gives me a lot of trouble, Tamura. Tamura frowns, shifting uncomfortably. What's that supposed to mean? Izuku sighs. Nothing. Anyway, we've got a game to play, don't we? And I need a new controller. Izuku gets up and wanders out of the room, presumably towards Tamura's, but it takes Tamura a minute to follow. He feels unsettled in an unfamiliar way as he rubs tiny pinpricks of blood away from the scratches on his neck. Video games will help, he tells himself as he stands. That's what he came here for after all. Video games always help. There are two versions of Hisashi Shigaraki. There is the Hisashi Shigaraki at home, who listens to Izuku ramble about what he has learned in his lessons with Kurogyari, who supports any and all of Izuku's interests and desires, who loves Izuku with a gentle but unwavering warmth. This Hisashi Shigaraki is Izuku's father. And then there is the Hisashi Shigaraki at the warehouse, who only wants to talk about quirks and the nature of their society and thinks everything else is a waste of time, who watches Izuku cry over doing horrible things with unchanging and indifferent body language, whose touch is a cold mockery of what a parent is supposed to be. This Hisashi Shigaraki is all for one. Izuku only sees all for one for an hour a week. It is too often. Today is an all for one day, and Izuku stands, shaking in the warehouse, wishing desperately for his father. Though they visit the warehouse every week without fail, all for one does not always have a subject victim waiting. Some weeks they merely talk. Every time Izuku steps through Kurogyari's portal into the dim concrete room that has become synonymous with suffering, Izuku hopes that it will be a talking week. Listening to all for one pick apart every flaw in their society is nauseating, mostly because Izuku can't help but recognize all the ways in which the man is correct, but it is by far the lesser evil. Today is not a talking day. Izuku is not that lucky. After months of this, Izuku is too numb to be stung by the shattering of the small amount of hope he had managed to muster. He stares blankly at the woman on the table, glancing over to all for one, who nods back in her direction, instructions unspoken but clear. The woman lays on her stomach, facing away from Izuku. He can't see what she looks like, the anonymity simultaneously relieving and sickening. Normally, Izuku's victims are on their backs, facing him, and he is not provided with even the vaguest shelter of dehumanization. There is no denying that these are actual real people who he is hurting, and while the knowledge gnaws away at him, he embraces the pain, welcomes the ravenous beast of guilt and shame into his chest where it can feast on his ribs and lungs and heart. Face down, it is easy for some pathetic, cowardly part of Izuku to pretend that this woman is not human. She is not a person, but a body, not a victim, but a subject. Bile rises in Izuku's mouth before he has even done anything. And he will do something. He will take the woman's quirk, like all the others, and the beast inside him will grow and it will chew even more on his insides to keep itself fed. Small wings, moth-like in shape and color, sprout from the woman's shoulder blades, likely not large enough to support her weight in flight, but beautiful in their own right. She is face down to accommodate them. Izuku hopes, desperately, so desperately, everything he does in the warehouse is desperate, that the wings aren't a primary mutation, that they aren't directly tied to the function of her quirk. Izuku has not taken a mutation quirk since the day he was attacked by the sludge villain, and he hopes he never will again, though realistically, he has always known that it is a matter of time until All for One brings him one. All for One is endlessly curious about the details of Izuku's quirk, its limitations, the small ways in which it differs from his own, and mutation quirks have thus far been an overlooked variable in All for One's endless stream of tests. But Izuku can tell what her quirk is just by looking at her, he always can. He doesn't know for certain what will happen if he takes a mutation quirk, if it will always end as poorly as it did that day beneath the bridge, but today that knowledge gap will be filled, whether he likes it or not. Izuku, All for One prompts once Izuku has hesitated too long. Izuku wishes he were stronger. He wishes he could push back against that stern warning, but every time he's tried, he's failed. The burn of forced quirk activation is familiar now. The phantom aches it leaves behind in place of physical marks linger in Izuku's mind for days after the fact. Even if Izuku says no, he will be speared in an instant, pincushioned like a voodoo doll and moved against his will. Once, Izuku would have gladly chosen being hurt over hurting someone else. He can no longer make that choice. He wishes he were stronger, but has only gotten weaker. Izuku forces himself close to the woman. He does not need to touch her to take her quirk, he doesn't even need to be in the same room to steal from her, but he owes her this much. He circles to the other side of the table, brushes long brown hair away from her face and commits it to memory, framing a mental picture of her on the wall right next to all his other crimes. Izuku pulls on her quirk as gently as he can, But that doesn't stop her from screaming. Her face, so peaceful in repose just a second ago, scrunches up, her jaw hinges open so wide he fears the corners of her mouth will split. She screams and writhes on the table, muscles taut and spine arching as blood runs down her sides. Her wings, so beautiful, twitch and shudder and shed powdery feathers all over her pale skin. Their edges become ragged, the place where they attach to her spine bubbles and splits, and she screams the whole time. It is a dreadful, unnatural sound in a room where Izuku has only ever heard two voices, all for one's and his own. Izuku slams his eyes closed, though the image of the woman's suffering has already imprinted itself on his brain, and stumbles backwards until he hits the wall, sliding down against it. The screaming tapers into pants and gasps, and Izuku can hear blood dripping off the table and onto the concrete floor. Izuku's, once, twice, swallowing convulsively, but every panicked breath he takes coats his mouth and throat in the taste and smell of iron. He bends to the side and vomits, tries to let the sourness overcome his senses because he would prefer to be lost to his own sickness than someone else's suffering. Can you manifest the wings? All for one asks, in the same casual tone Izuku's father uses to ask after his schoolwork. The quirk is in Izuku's hands, still and beautiful and tragic, like a butterfly pinned and mounted behind glass. No, he gasps. Can you return it? No. I told you this would happen. I told you my quirk doesn't work with mutation quirks. That was all just theory, all for one says dismissively. Now we know for sure. It's a shame though. Removing a mutation is always a painful process for the subject, but I've never had any difficulties manifesting the quirks myself, or placing them into others. Oh, I guess I'm just not as strong as you are. Where is the quirk now if it is not in you and it is not in the subject? I'm holding it. And if you let go? Izuku hesitates. It'll be gone. So you can destroy quirks as well. Fascinating. You know, all for one says, and by his tone, Izuku knows that he doesn't want to know. In many ways, you are actually stronger than me. If only you would allow yourself to be. I'm strong enough already, Izuku says, a tired argument. Heroes always need to get stronger, all for one says, a tired rebuttal. Of course, Izuku is not 10 years old anymore. He knows that he will never be a hero. He killed that dream months ago. There's no redemption waiting for him. Only more days in the warehouse, more quirks stolen, more blood spilt. On the days in between he will play video games with Tamura and have lessons with Kurogyari and love his father as if nothing is wrong. He will never be a hero. He is the villain in his own story. Izuku is 12 years old and he has more victims than he has ever had friends. He reaches into his pocket, fingers cold and fumbling, until he finds the alert button there. A second later, he feels the subtle change in pressure that always accompanies Kurogyari's portals and he stands, stumbles 2 blind steps forward and falls into the bar without ever having opened his eyes. Izuku Shigaraki, Kurogyari says, standing behind the bar where he spends most of his days, is everything all right? I'm fine, Izuku Midoriya lies. He stands and brushes off his knees as all for one crosses through the portal behind him. Get some rest, my boy, Izuku's father says. I know you must be tired. It will get easier with time. You did well. His father's pride is a small flame that combats the cold that has settled into Izuku's bones. It will keep him warm until the next time Izuku hurts someone, when the cold will settle in again. Izuku's life is a constant cycle of freezing and thawing. Nuclear winter comes after Izuku has been with his father for just over 3 years. Today we are going to the lab, all for one says just seconds before he and Izuku leave for the warehouse. The announcement is so short notice that Izuku is still swept away in a wave of shock when the portal, already open, leads somewhere other than the room he has been visiting every week for years. Izuku has known, of course, that the warehouse was bigger than the single room all for one always brought him to, but any curiosity he may have felt about the rest of the building was tempered by an equal part dread as to what the place might contain. And he was right to be afraid. He was so right. There are people on tables, some alive, some not, and some painfully familiar, their faces already catalogued in Izuku's mental yearbook of people he has violated. And then there are the not-quite people that float in massive tubes along the walls, suspended in some sickly green substance. Izuku has known that All for One is a villain, that his father is a villain, but he has only seen bare glimpses of what that actually means. He knew there was more to the warehouse, but he never imagined anything like this. This is like something out of a cartoon, a nauseating caricature of human experimentation and mad science. It's the kind of thing that people see and say that it's just an exaggeration, that those kinds of places don't exist in real life, but here Izuku is, blinded by two bright lights, the smell of chemicals searing his nose. These, All for One says grandiosely, with a gesture at the tubes, are Nomu. They're a personal project of mine. Each one has multiple quirks. Unfortunately, most people are not equipped to handle more than one, perhaps two, before their minds start to strain. In all the years I've been working on them, only one retained any intelligence. It's a bit of a work in progress. Still, they're useful tools. Already Izuku has a headache, just from standing in the room these few moments. So many creatures with multiple quirks all twisted together into a tangle that screams gibberish in Izuku's head. It is like staring at flashing lights of a million different colors, like listening to hundreds of songs layered over one another. He pulls his senses in and tries to block it out. Why are you showing me this? Izuku asks, numbness settling over him to the exclusion of everything else, until the only thing he can feel is cold sinking into the marrow of his bones. Barring the limitations on range, we've thoroughly tested your ability to take quirks. Giving them seems like the logical next path to pursue. I thought you might like to aid in my experiments. Like to? Izuku echoes, hollow, like an empty room. Well, I would prefer it if you were able to enjoy yourself. And if I can't? Everyone must do things they don't want to at some point or another. And so, for the next hour, Izuku tried to give a man a quirk. And he failed. He failed again and again, until All for One's seemingly limitless patience began to wear thin, but there was nothing to be done. Week after week, Izuku tries and fails. Returning quirks has always been a struggle for Izuku compared to taking them, but he has mastered the process with time and practice. Forcing a second quirk in where one does not belong is apparently beyond the limit of his abilities. Izuku has never been so grateful to be a disappointment. But ultimately, it does little to alleviate the weight on Izuku's conscience. He doesn't make any of these abominations because he can't. But if he could, he would. It is by no virtue of his own that this crime did not get added to Izuku's ledger. Weeks later, Izuku, cold inside, sits at the bar. Tamura is in his room, likely playing one game or another. Izuku's father is wherever he goes when he's not at the bar, likely doing things Izuku doesn't want to know about. Kurogiri is behind the bar, across from Izuku, cleaning glasses that haven't been used, like he always is. Izuku Shigaraki, Kurogiri says after enduring long minutes of silent staring. Midoriya, Izuku corrects, only inside his head. He hasn't said his real last name out loud since he was 10. He is nearly 14 now. You're a Nomu, aren't you? Is what Izuku says out loud. The repetitive twisting motion of Kurogiri's cloth in a tumbler halts. The two stare at each other for a moment. I suppose I am, Kurogiri replies, breaking eye contact to inspect the glass he is holding. It's spotless. Kurogiri always keeps everything immaculate. You used to be someone else, then? It's a statement, not a question, because Izuku has seen firsthand where Nomu come from. He's watched people morph into monsters. He's seen quirks tangle together into the same kind of twisted mess that so unsettled Izuku when he first met Kurogiri. Not that I remember. Doesn't that bother you? Izuku imagines forgetting Izuku Midoriya, imagines living as Izuku Shigaraki with no before, and he shudders. Kurogiri scrubs at some smudge that only he can see. Not particularly. I have my role here, and I am happy to fill it. You and Tamura need someone to care for you, after all. What's my role here? Izuku asks impulsively. He is grateful that Kurogiri does not look up, does not pin him beneath that yellow stare, still scrubbing endlessly at the same clean glass even as they lapse into an uncomfortably long silence. You are your father's son. What if I want to be something else? It's a foolish question to ask, and Izuku's chest aches hearing the words leave his mouth. As reserved and distant as Kurogyari may be, he is also kind, but Izuku holds no illusions about his loyalties. Kurogyari serves Izuku's father, and there's little doubt that he reports anything questionable Izuku might say. Nothing should be said to Kurogyari that Izuku's father shouldn't know, and Izuku doesn't particularly want his father to be aware of this question. The hesitation doesn't come from fear. Izuku is not afraid of his father. He does sometimes fear the things All for One may make him do, but he knows his father would never hurt him. It's a hesitation born of love. Because Izuku loves his father and Tamura and Kurogyari, and he doesn't want to leave them. He doesn't want to leave them, yet simultaneously wants very badly to be anything other than his father's son. He wants to be somewhere else, be someone else, and he loves them all so much that the wanting of anything else hurts like a betrayal. Kurogyari turns away, placing his glass down among the rows of others just like it. They clink softly against each other as Izuku buries his face in his arms and struggles not to cry. Kurogyari stays facing the wall, picks up another glass that squeaks as it is shined. A tear drips onto the bar and Izuku wipes it up with the corner of his sleeve, not wanting to leave behind watermarks that Kurogyari will need to clean away. Izuku has just stood, resigned to the fact that foolish questions don't justify answers when, softer than Izuku has ever heard him speak, Kurogyari says, "Then I hope, for your sake, you manage to leave this place." The response is like a bolt of lightning, rattling Izuku's bones, making his teeth tingle and his hair stand on end. He stands for a moment, swaying as his knees decide whether or not they will continue to support him, then flees the bar as soon as he is steady enough. Kurogyari doesn't turn back to face him. Leave, Izuku thinks, like a dirty word he only grants audience to in his dreams, as he stumbles into the doorway on his way out. Leave, Izuku thinks, as he presses his back against the door of his bedroom. This time, it sounds almost like a prayer. Hisashi knocks on Tamura's door fairly late at night, though late means very little to his ward, who keeps whatever hours he likes. 3 short, polite raps against the wood and Hisashi waits, listening as Tamura pauses whatever game he was playing. "What do you want, Kuro dash?" Tamura starts as he swings the door open, but he trails off when he sees Hisashi waiting. While the boy blinks, likely surprised, since Hisashi hasn't visited his room in at least a couple of years, Hisashi inspects the room behind him. It's dark, lit by the television screen and a lamp by the bed, and tidier than Hisashi would have expected from a boy of Tamura's nature, with only some clothes scattered about the floor and a few empty drinks on the television stand. "The brat's not here," Tamura says once he recovers. "I know," Hisashi replies. He doesn't bother with a charming smile, sure Tamura would see right through it and not appreciate the effort. Izuku is in his own room, hopefully sleeping, given the hour. "I'm here for you, Tamura." Tamura tips his head to the side slightly, attentive, eyes shining the way they always do when Hisashi gives him his full attention. "What do you need?" "Are you ready to change the world, Tamura?" "I'm ready to turn it to ash." "Excellent. I know just where to begin." Hisashi takes Tamura to his office and explains his idea, listening to the boy's suggestions and allowing him to think that he has contributed to the development of a plan that Hisashi has been crafting for years. When they part for the night, Tamura has his instructions and a fresh hunger for action. The boy grins, vicious and unhinged, just as Hisashi made him to be. Tamura is 20 years old. Sensei asks him if he's ready to change the world. Generally speaking, Sensei does not seek Tamura out. It is an unspoken rule that, while Sensei will check in with him when their paths cross, he will not go even remotely out of his way to gain Tamura's company. And if that stings, Tamura just applies himself more diligently to his training, growing stronger and smarter, absorbing everything Sensei tells him. A model pupil. Now it has all paid off, and the moment that Tamura has been waiting for, has been raised for, is finally here. He is going to grab the single pillar their society is so foolishly built upon with all 5 fingers and watch as everything comes crashing down around him. All eyes will be on Tamura, and no one will ignore him or forget about him ever again. He'll show them. He's going to change the world. It all starts and ends with All Might. That stupid, smiling face that inescapably saturates the whole of Japan, bathing the privileged in a false sense of security and mocking the oppressed with the impossible notion of salvation. Sensei has always hated All Might most of all, and he is trusting Tamura to be his executioner. Tamura won't disappoint. He gives himself a critical once-over in the mirror. He doesn't look anything like himself, but that's the point. His hair is cleaned and straightened, soft and smooth in a way he doesn't normally bother to pursue. With his bangs pinned back, his face is open, which makes him look younger and more harmless than he is. He's put makeup over the scar on his mouth and around his eyes, disguising the worst of his complexion. Already, his skin feels tight and irritated, but it's a small price to pay to achieve an unassuming appearance. The kicker is the uniform. It's by far the worst part of the whole disguise, but also the most necessary. He looks terrible in it, he thinks. The collar presses too tight and stiff against the abrasions on his neck, the tie makes him feel like he is choking, and the blazer makes him look thin and weedy, but nonetheless, he looks like a third-year UA student. With so many children in so many courses, Tamura doubts that anyone, except maybe their rat principal, could identify an individual student as an imposter. Wow, Izuku says as Tamura, satisfied enough with his appearance, enters the bar. Who are you and what have you done with the NET that's supposed to live here? Tamura rolls his eyes and clenches his jaw. Shut up, brat, or I'll pull your teeth out while you sleep. Paling slightly, Izuku grimaces and scrunches up his nose. I think I'd wake up if you did that. Oh my god, Tamura groans. Shut up. Kurogyri, you'd better be ready. The man in question nods. Of course, Shigaraki Tamura. A sharp look quells any further comments from the brat, allowing Tamura to step through the portal Kurogyri conjures without an accompaniment of snark. He's deposited in an alley just a couple of blocks from campus, casually walking the rest of the way as if he is just another student returning to classes after a break. He sees a handful of others in similar uniforms, walking alone or in small groups, and keeps his distance from them but an eye on them. As anticipated, reporters swarm the front gates like flies at a carcass, voices buzzing together into a dull drone that increases in pitch as they catch sight of the two students walking a ways in front of Tamura. They descend on the fools in an instant, asking questions that overlap into obscurity, barring All Might's name, which is always clearly audible, repeated again and again. One of the students welcomes the attention, despite their companion's visible exasperation, and Tamura takes the distraction as the opportunity it is. He strolls past the group, inconspicuous, and lays a hand on the school's gate until it's nothing but rubble and a gaping hole in the wall. Once the job is done, only a matter of seconds, Tamura steps over the debris and onto UA grounds. There are cameras everywhere, but Tamura pays them little mind. Sensei, he's sure, is taking care of those. All Tamura needs to do is find the teacher's lounge and steal a schedule, doing his best to draw minimal attention as he does. So long as he's not caught in the act, he doesn't have to worry overly much about being seen. After all, the plan is for everyone to know exactly who he is sooner rather than later. The alarms begin to blare shortly after Tamura enters the building and he resists the urge to claw at his neck, suffocated as it is by fabric. Blood on his shirt collar would surely draw the wrong kind of attention. Instead, he ducks his head into his shoulders and quickens his pace, eyes skimming over the plaques next to each door to find the room he is looking for. Those students that weren't in the cafeteria during lunchtime rush around him in variable directions, and Tamura scoffs internally at the idea that these children are supposedly the best Japan has to offer. Brightest minds, strongest wills, always pushing themselves to go above and beyond, plus ultra, and whatever other bullshit they like to shout at the top of their lungs. Yet here they are, running around like chickens with their heads cut off at the slightest commotion. None of them even glance at Tamura, the real threat they should be running from, too absorbed by mindless panic. It's laughably pathetic. The biggest resistance he faces finding the teacher's lounge and slipping inside is the convoluted layout of the building itself. Whatever heroes were meant to be in the room have dispersed, most likely trying to contain the media that is no doubt swarming onto campus. Tamura closes the door softly behind himself, scanning the room for what he needs. Half of one wall is taken up by a whiteboard, which is covered partially in some teacher sheet that Tamura couldn't care less about and partially in crappy doodles and responding messages, mostly telling others not to draw on the board or to at least draw well if they do. There's a schedule in the top left corner of the board, pinned there by a neon pink magnet shaped like a cat head. It's for the entire month, with the later dates mostly blank, save for the marking of large events, like Sports Festival, which is scrawled in all caps across 3 days at the very end of the month. Tamura already knows exactly when the sports festival is, of course. Izuku insists they watch it every year, and Tamura can't deny that the event provides valuable insight on the future of the hero industry. The current week, though, is filled out in detail. People, places, times, lessons, it's all written and presented in a perfectly organized, if cramped, format. Tamura pulls his phone out to snap a picture, immediately checking the result to make sure that everything is legible through the screen. Satisfied, he presses his alert button twice in quick succession and steps through Kurogiri's portal when it opens a second later, walking back into the bar triumphant. In all, it takes Tamura less than 10 minutes to retrieve the information he is going to use to kill the symbol of peace. Izuku is not sure exactly what is going on, but he knows enough to be scared. He knows that Tamura infiltrated UA earlier that day. He knows Tamura returned with a smug grin on his face, and he knows that Tamura disappeared into Izuku's father's office as soon as he returned and has been in there for nearly an hour. Izuku knows that All Might supposedly began teaching at UA just days ago. Izuku knows that All for One has plans and does not hesitate to move people about like pawns. Izuku knows that Tamura would do anything All for One asked him to. Here is the scariest thing Izuku knows. Tamura wants to change the world. That's what he says, anyway. More accurately, he wants to destroy it. Destruction is the only type of change Tamura understands. The longer All for One and Tamura are alone behind closed doors, the more nervous Izuku gets. It happens rarely, but he has never liked when Tamura and his father speak alone. Afterwards, Tamura is always slightly more manic. His grin becomes a weapon instead of a smile, and everything he says is just a verbatim repeat of things that All for One has said to Izuku over and over on their days in the warehouse. Years of living together have killed any fear Izuku might have originally felt towards Tamura, but in those moments, Izuku is scared again. Though it is less a fear of and more a fear for. Fear mixed with a deep, aching sadness. Sometimes Izuku wishes that he could be somewhere else, but it's a silly thing to wish. He is safe here, taken care of, loved. He is even happy, some days. This place, his home, may not be perfect, but there is nowhere else in the world that could be better for someone like him. Always Izuku wishes that Tamura could be somewhere else. Because Tamura isn't safe, or taken care of, or loved the way he should be. Izuku doesn't think he's ever seen Tamura. Even when he gets close, there is always an anger inside him that never goes away. Izuku doesn't know if there's a better place in the world for someone like Tamura. If anything, he thinks it's more likely that there's not, because he's painfully aware of the fact that people like Tamura, people who slip through the cracks, are easier to abandon than they are to save. Izuku cannot be saved because he's not in danger, but Tamura? Tamura needs it, even if he doesn't want it. For 15 years, Tamura has been told to be angry, and now that's nearly all he is. Izuku loves his father, but Tamura deserves better than to be a pawn and an afterthought. Tamura is not quite Izuku's brother, but he occupies the same space Izuku thinks a sibling might, someone Izuku simultaneously loves dearly and can't stand, and the idea of Tamura lost and hurt and never getting better keeps him awake at night. After 2 hours, during which Izuku grows increasingly more anxious, Tamura comes to Izuku's room. He doesn't knock, just swings the door open and waltzes in like he owns the place, throwing himself down on Izuku's bed and forcing Izuku to either move his legs or risk getting sat on. Tamura grins, the small, dangerous one that is Izuku's second least favorite. He is still in the UA uniform, though it's in disarray now, tie and blazer both discarded somewhere, shirt untucked and several buttons undone. The makeup around his eyes has smudged away in places, revealing red skin, more flaky and irritated than usual. Likewise, his neck is in a state, covered in a mix of raised red welts and shallow grooves that have left little red-brown splotches over his shirt collar. Izuku frowns, seeing it. "You need to wash your face," he says, "and clean those scratches. You're going to get an infection. I had Kurogiri get you a new type of skin cream. Did you see? It's supposed to be soothing and the reviews were all really good, so it might help." "Really?" Tamura asks. "I broke into UA like 2 hours ago, the #1 hero school in the country, where the actual #1 hero is newly employed, on top of dozens of other pros, and you want to ask me about skin cream? Well, you clearly need some, so it seemed relevant." "That's not important." "Yes, it is." Izuku argues, standing from the bed and dodging Tamura's leg when the older boy kicks at him. "You have a skin condition. That's important." "Not compared to changing the world, it's not." "Oh, come on, where are you going?" "I actually need to talk to you, you brat." Tamura groans as Izuku leaves the room and Izuku hears the bed squeak behind him as Tamura stands to follow. He dogs Izuku's footsteps, with a litany of protests and constantly rolling eyes, as Izuku leads the way to the bathroom. The room is too small for both of them to move around comfortably, but Tamura obediently seats himself on the closed toilet seat while Izuku retrieves a soft cloth from one of the cabinets. "I can do this myself, you know." Tamura grumbles as Izuku runs the rag under some warm water. "Maybe you can, but you've made it clear that you won't. Because it's stupid and I have more important things to worry about than a rash and some scrapes." "What was that? Because you're a smelly gamer man-child with no concept of self-care? Got it." Tamura scowls and Izuku slaps him in the face none too gently with the wet cloth. "Whoops. Whatever it is you need from me, you can tell me now." Tamura squints his eyes shut, grimacing as Izuku scrubs at the skin under his eyes, but offers no further protests. Get that cloth out of my mouth, brat. I need you to do some research for me. Hero stuff, right in your skill set." "Who?" "Eraserhead and 13. Izuku frowns. "I know about 13. Primarily a rescue hero. Quirk, black hole. Allows them to SCK in matter, namely rubble at disaster sites, and turn it to dust. The quirk itself is highly dangerous since it applies to any matter, not just debris, and requires 13 to exercise tight control at all times to avoid unwanted damage to persons or property." Izuku clears his throat to cut off his own mumbling. "Not entirely dissimilar to Decay, actually. But I've never heard of Eraserhead." "Beats me. You're the nerd here. If they're a hero, it shouldn't be that hard to find info on them. I just need an idea of their stats." Finished with Tamura's face, Izuku moves on to the scratches on his neck. Despite his earlier insistence that he neither needed nor wanted Izuku's help, Tamura bends his head slightly to the side in accommodation. "Why?" Izuku asks. Tamura's smile becomes dangerous again. "We got a plan, Sensei and I. I'm gonna kill All Might." Izuku freezes, ice rushing through his veins. Every thought flees his mind except Tamura's words, which echo around in the sudden emptiness of his skull. He thought he was going to kill All Might? Izuku repeats, weakly. As in Japan's #1 hero? The man lauded as the symbol of peace because he's so outrageously powerful that he single-handedly decreased crime rates across the nation? That All Might? His voice rises in pitch as he rambles, his final question breathy and embarrassingly squeaky. "Again, you're the nerd here. I'd have thought you'd know who All Might is." Tamura's accompanying smile is teasing, but still too sharp, vicious, like he is baring his teeth to rip someone's throat out. "How do you plan to do that?" "No one is invincible. Sensei says he's been getting weaker lately, so it's the perfect time to strike." Izuku has noticed that too. Well, not that All Might has gotten weaker, per se, but that he has been appearing less and less frequently in the news. Diminishing strength wasn't an unreasonable conclusion to draw from there. Izuku has been careful to not so much as hint at what he has observed during his conversations with All for One in the warehouse. All Might is a frequent subject of discussion, but the man must have noticed, All for One doesn't have quite the knack for quirk analysis that Izuku does, but he is observant in his own right. Izuku shouldn't be so surprised. Even a weaker All Might is a force to be reckoned with, Tamura, Izuku warns. Whatever the plan is, Izuku is sure that it's foolish. Even if the plan is a good one, Izuku's father telling Tamura, who took All for One's word as gospel, that All Might is weak was a mistake. No doubt it will lead to overconfidence, and that will increase the odds that Tamura is captured or injured on top of failing his mission. And Izuku is almost certain that he will fail. Weaker or not, All Might will not go gentle into the night. As if to prove Izuku's worries, Tamura doesn't seem concerned in the slightest as he responds, "I've got a secret weapon, special made, just for him. Enormously. Probably strong, fast, and durable if All for One is setting it against All Might. But Nomu, as powerful as they can be, are blunt instruments and not well suited to difficult jobs. And what do Eraserhead and 13 have to do with this? 2 days from now, UA's Class 1A is going to be having rescue training at some place called the USJ. Probably not Universal Studios Japan - Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Sure, whatever you say, nerd. Anyway, All Might is going to be there, but so are Eraserhead and 13. Tamura sneers around the names. That's what the schedule I found said, anyway. Sensei's getting me some cannon fodder, but it's still best to know the enemy lineup. Wouldn't want to get wiped out before the final boss, after all. Tamura is grinning crookedly, wicked and playful in a way that makes Izuku want to scream. He wants to grab Tamura by the shoulders and shake him until everything that has been planted in his head rattles loose, wants to yell in his face that this is not a game. They don't have multiple lives. There are no save points. They can't test different strategies until they find the one that works. They can't turn off the console when things get rough and pretend they were never going to lose. This is real life. When people lose, they are lost. And they don't come back. But Izuku can't just say that. He can't say any of that because Tamura will just get upset. So Izuku grits his teeth, swallows his words down even when they threaten to choke him, and remembers what his father is always teaching them. The power of words comes from the person listening, not the person speaking. This makes them unreliable. True power lies in action. Everyone has a problem with something. The people who shape the world are those who do something about it. And Izuku will do whatever he needs to do. This will not end poorly for them. He will not allow it. But first, he has things to research. 2 days, you said? He double-checks, mind already racing. Yep. That enough for you? Of course. No games tomorrow night, though. Lame. Tamura draws out the word, but doesn't harp on it like he normally would. Done tending to Tamura's neck and done talking, Izuku goes to leave the bathroom. Passing by the sink, he snatches up the bottle of medicinal skin cream and tosses it to Tamura, who tries to catch it between his wrists but fumbles it and glares as it clatters to the floor. Use it, Izuku orders. Tamura rolls his eyes, but bends down to pick the bottle up as Izuku leaves. Back in his bedroom, Izuku sits at his desk with a notebook open in front of him and his laptop off to the side, several tabs of videos, articles, and forums open as he scribbles down his findings. At the moment, he has 2 pages of notes on 13, their quirk, their fighting style, their personality, strengths, weaknesses, the fundamentals. They are easy to get information on, and unlikely to be a problem during the attack. Certainly, they are powerful, but they have limited combat experience and are extremely hesitant to use their quirk offensively or even defensively against another person because of how volatile it can be. About 13, he is well informed and they'll be well prepared. He has nothing at all on Eraserhead. No, that's not entirely true. Izuku has found 2 short, grainy videos of the hero in action, both taken from a distance and in the dark. The number of concrete conclusions he can draw from them is minimal. Eraserhead is an underground hero, which Izuku had suspected the moment he failed to recognize the name, and a good one at that. Problem being that while daylight heroes tend to become better known the better they are at their jobs, underground heroes do the opposite. In the underground, the best of the best are practically ghosts to the civilian world. Eraserhead must be very good. Izuku runs a hand through his hair, tugging at it slightly as he mumbles under his breath. Fact of the matter is, the information must be out there somewhere. He just needs to figure out how to find it. He can't just leave it. It's bad enough that there's going to be 20 unidentified hero students on site, with who knows what kind of wild quirks. Izuku refuses to have an actual pro hero unaccounted for. Tamura will end up dead. Likely, there are more videos of Eraserhead somewhere online. Even in the dead of night or earliest hours of the morning, people are always eager to record any type of scuffle they see. But if those people don't know that the person they are looking at is Eraserhead and don't mark the videos as such, Izuku has no way of finding them. Searching generic terms like underground hero will get him more results than he could ever dig through, especially with only 2 days. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. All Izuku has to work with is a name, and, just his luck, it's the name of a ghost. Except that's not actually all he has to work with, is it? Eraserhead is going to be helping with rescue training at the USJ in 2 days. 13, as far as Izuku knows, is not employed by UA, but he never questioned their presence on the schedule. A rescue hero to help with rescue training. It makes sense. And All Might, according to all the news outlets, he's supposedly teaching heroics, so it makes sense for him to be there, too. So who the hell is Eraserhead and why is an underground hero overseeing one as rescue training? Grinning with relief that he can only hope is not premature, Izuku opens a new tab on his computer and goes to UA's website. Sure enough, there's a tab for faculty and staff. Not much information is given, just headshots, names, either hero or civilian, but never both, and their jobs. It seems like a dubious security decision for such a prestigious institution to give any away information at all, but Izuku won't complain. He recognizes fewer people than he expected, though he supposes he shouldn't be surprised, given that UA employs a fair number of civilians and not just the pro heroes that everyone loves to talk about. He scans quickly over the page, searching for anyone who resembles the vague figure from the videos. Twice he thinks maybe he's found them, but the first was listed as an administrative assistant and the second, upon further investigation, was actually based out of Tokyo and commuted occasionally to give lectures or practical demonstrations. Then there is Aizawa Shoyuda. He's a tired-looking man with long black hair and scruff along his chin, looking distinctly like he would rather be anywhere else than having his photo taken, including dead. He matches the figure in the videos well enough, in that all Izuku can really say for sure from those is that Eraserhead has hair that is some shade of dark and not short. Listed under his name is a combination of several positions and courses, more than is listed for most other staff members. Aizawa is, apparently, a coordinator, an advisor, the teacher of law and ethics, and finally, blessedly, the last bullet point, homeroom, Class 1A. Eraserhead was going to be at the USJ with 1A because he was their homeroom teacher. Aizawa Shoyuda is Eraserhead. At this point, Izuku is relieved to have found anything on the man, but he still feels an amount of dread at the work he has left to do. Eraserhead's civilian name tells Izuku nothing about his quirk or fighting style, and it's unlikely that there are many videos of Eraserhead in action that would be associated with Aizawa Shoyuda instead of his hero alias. Sure enough, a generic search of the name gives far too many results and no immediately useful ones. Pulling at his lower lip with one hand, Izuku opens a new tab and types in an address that autocompletes after only a few letters for how often he visits it. The UA Sports Festival database. It's a long shot, but also the best one Izuku has. For Aizawa to be in the database, he'll need to have gone to UA. It's likely enough, given that most of the hero faculty at the school were also alumni, as far as Izuku could tell, but it's still far from a guarantee. Even if he did go to UA, the only reliable way to find him in a database that contained thousands of clips would be if he made it to the final event of the festival. Only the third event, the one-on-one matches, were catalogued with the names of the participants. Clips from other rounds were listed with the name of the event and the year, due to the large number of students involved. What are the odds that Eraserhead, an underground hero who has almost completely escaped media and civilian attention alike, not only attended UA but also had both the skill and the desire to make it into the final 16 of one of the most highly televised sporting events in the country? Slim, Izuku would be willing to bet. But it's the best lead he has, and it doesn't hurt to check, So Izuku holds his breath and pecks the characters of Aizawa's name into the search bar with crossed fingers. 5 videos pop up. All 4 rounds of the one-on-one matches and the final award ceremony, all with the name Aizawa Shoyuta somewhere in the title. Izuku could cry. It's still not ideal. The videos are from nearly 15 years ago and the hero has no doubt changed since then. But Izuku should at least be able to figure out what his quirk is, and with that additional context, he may be able to garner some additional information from the more recent clips, as poor quality as they are. Izuku clicks on the first match. Aizawa, younger, smooth-faced, and with shorter hair, but looking no more rested 15 years ago, walks onto the field and the announcers make a big deal of the fact that he is, apparently, a member of Class 1D, the only student in general studies to make it to the final event of the festival that year. One of the filming drones flies closer to his face, showing the steely determination in the set of his jaw, his expression intense and intimidating in a way that is out of place on such a young face. His opponent enters from the other side, a blond boy with headphones over his ears, who waves easily as the crowd cheers, and Izuku is fairly certain that that is Present Mike, even before the announcers introduce him as Yamada Hizashi from Class 1A. The match, once it begins, is over in less than 2 minutes. Yamada opens his mouth, presumably to scream, and nothing comes out. He falters, distracted by surprise as he brings a hand to his lips and mouths something inaudible. Aizawa is on him in moments, eyes red, hair floating around his face. He is brutal and efficient in his takedown, and Yamada, caught off guard and likely unpracticed with such close combat, doesn't stand a chance. At the beginning of the second match, Izuku's suspicions are confirmed by the announcers. It is careless of UA to not only broadcast their sport festivals on live television but to also actively explain the quirks of their students, but they have been doing it for decades. They call Aizawa's quirk Erasure, and apparently it allows him to temporarily erase the quirks of others, apt. Given his chosen hero name. He takes down his second and third opponents with the same unrelenting speed as the first. Even knowing his quirk, there is a moment of unbalanced surprise when they find themselves unable to use their own, and Aizawa doesn't hesitate to take advantage of that, striking hard and fast before they have a chance to recover. In the final round, Aizawa loses. His opponent, a boy with cloud-like pale blue hair named Shirakumo Oboro, practically bounces into the ring. Like before, Aizawa activates his quirk and closes in an instant, but Shirakumo seems more experienced with close-quarter quirkless combat than the others before him, showing clear signs of martial arts training. The two exchange a series of blocks and blows until Shirakumo slips around behind Aizawa. Eraserhead, or more accurately, the boy who will become Eraserhead, spins around, but a cloud, thick and white, forms around his head before the two students are face to face. Shirakumo disables him rather quickly after that. Eraserhead's quirk must be line of sight, then, with no lingering effects after deactivation. Shirakumo had access to his own quirk instantaneously, and he made a point to cover Aizawa's eyes for the rest of their fight. Erasure, Izuku decides, is a fascinating quirk. He already has so many questions. Could Aizawa erase mutant-type quirks? If he erased a transformation quirk while a person was in a secondary form, would they morph back or be stuck? Could people tell that their quirks had been erased when they weren't actively trying to use them? How would it interact with a quirk like Izuku's own? Would it erase everything Izuku has stolen, or a random one, or only the base ability to take and give? What would happen if he erased a quirk that was keeping someone alive? Izuku's pencil snaps against the page of his notebook, a dark, jagged line of graphite interrupting his scrawling speculations. He closes his notebook and pushes it far away from him, looking at his laptop where the clip of the awards ceremony is paused on a shot of Aizawa with a silver medal, looking proud and defiant and in desperate need of a nap. It is obvious from the way Aizawa fights that his quirk is just an enabler, an equalizer. His body is the weapon, and his strength and skill are hard-fought and trained, not genetic blessings. But could erasure itself be weaponized? There is nothing wrong with asking, Izuku tells himself, bringing his feet up into his chair and wrapping shaking arms around his knees. He's just curious, and curiosity is a good thing. There is nothing wrong with having an inquisitive mind. Knowledge is power after all. It's all just theoretical, just a thought exercise. Izuku doesn't even know if erasure would work that way, and even if it did, it's not like he was going to do anything about it. Except he is supposed to do things, isn't he? Thinking about something and doing nothing is a waste of potential. Izuku squeezes his eyes shut. His head hurts, his chest hurts, he can't breathe, he can't think straight. He opens his eyes and Aizawa Shoyuda is still grinning victoriously on his screen. Aizawa, he was in general education, but he didn't want to be, he wanted to be a hero, so he did something about it. He placed in the sports festival, nearly won, and he graduated from the hero course and became the underground hero, Eraserhead, who Izuku is gathering information on so Tamura doesn't die while he's trying to kill All Might. Now Eraserhead might die because of Izuku, and Izuku doesn't want to hurt anyone. He has never wanted to hurt anyone, and he definitely doesn't want anyone to die, but what is he meant to do about that? Because there will always be more people for Izuku to hurt. There is an endless line from week to week, faces that are never given names, quirks that are taken from their owners. Even if the USJ goes well, what about the next thing? He's not solving anything but the short-term problem, and the real issue, the long-term one is. Once, Izuku had tried to kill the problem his father. No, that wasn't true. Yes, it was. Izuku hadn't wanted to hurt him. He wanted it to be painless. He was just curious. He had hoped it would work. Izuku's father relies on a combination of dozens and dozens of quirks, many of them redundant, to stay alive. Izuku had just been curious as to what would happen if he took one. That's all. So he had tried, just to see, but it hadn't worked. He can't take quirks from his father, as it turns out. Apparently, there is honor among thieves. Izuku stands. It is late. He is tired and his eyes burn. He turns off the light, lays in bed, and stares up at the ceiling, but without any windows, the room is so pitch black that it is like he is staring at nothing at all. Once, Izuku had tried to kill his father, and afterwards, he cried for hours because he never should have tried in the first place. This time, he does not cry. He feels cold and sick as he considers it, but he does not cry. It's only theoretical, he tells himself. Just a thought exercise. UA is different from Aldra. Obviously. Katsuki would have been pretty disappointed if it wasn't, considering what a shit show his middle school had been, but UA is different in ways Katsuki didn't fully anticipate. There's the teachers, for one thing. His homeroom teacher is some kind of disgusting yellow caterpillar that metamorphosizes several times a day into some even more disgusting hobo butterfly bullshit. Then his heroics teacher is literally All Might, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, himself. It's a pretty stark contrast. Katsuki can't help but wonder how bad that hiring decision hurt Hobo-sensei's ego. And then there's the classmates. Katsuki had hoped that he'd finally be able to find some actual, quality people at UA, but somehow his new peers are worse than his old stalkers. They're obnoxious slackers for the most part. Half of them don't know how to use their DMN quirks properly, and almost none of them have bothered with learning how to fight despite constantly and loudly proclaiming how much they want to fight villains for a living. And finally, the classes. Man, the classes. Katsuki is torn. The good parts are even better than he expected. The first few days set his expectations high. First with the quirk apprehension test, finally being able to let loose and give something his all. Katsuki blew it out of the water, of FING course, no matter what the DMED rankings said. Then the battle trials, led by All Might by All effing Might himself, and a chance to finally blow up something bigger than a baseball. And something that fought back. Not that round face and her no-name partner really gave Katsuki much of a fight. The girl's quirk is okay, he supposes. She's one of his halfway decent classmates when it comes to skill, but Katsuki is a force of FING nature, thank you very much. He could have crushed them even without the a-hole glasses so-called help. But the bad parts, Katsuki is learning today, are also far shittier than he expected. Being crammed into a bus with all the extras while they ramble on about quirks or whatever other bullshit was bad enough. Katsuki had been content to sit next to earlobes, who hadn't done anything to impress him but hadn't completely set him off yet, either, and mind his own business, because he actually knew how to FNG do that, unlike most of Pikachu had to go starting fights, though. Actually, Frogface started it, but considering that Pikachu couldn't even use his own quirk without turning into a drooling dunce, he's the one Katsuki really wants to punch. So, yeah, Katsuki is in a bad mood, and at the end of the ride, they don't even get to do anything cool. No, they're at the USJ for FING rescue training. Rescue training? It's bullshit. Not even a week of classes, and already Katsuki can't wait until third year, when they would get to take specialized courses based on the type of hero they plan to be. Some of these extras clearly need the guidance of the first few years to figure out what they want to do and how to even use their DMN quirks in the first place, but Katsuki already knows on both counts. And he's sure as shit isn't going to be any kind of rescue hero, that's for FING certain. Round Face or whoever is interested in it can knock themselves out if rescue is what gets them off, but Katsuki couldn't care less. Someone else, someone weaker, can worry about dragging civilians out of rubble while Katsuki takes care of the real problem. He doesn't need to listen to some astronaut cosplayer lecture him on how dangerous quirks can be. His hands explode. He's well aware that he can F shit up if he wants to, that's kind of the point. They can tell him how important it is not to hurt people, but it's bullshit and anyone with half a brain knows it. Sure, Katsuki's not going to go around attacking strangers on the street off. He's not a rabid animal, but he wants to be a hero, and hurting people, albeit villains, is literally the job description. The best heroes are strong enough to hurt people so they can protect themselves and take down the villains. That's what strength is for. When a portal opens in the center of the plaza before training can even begin, it feels like the universe is agreeing with him. Here, it says, have something to hit. And Katsuki thinks in return, about FNG time. You can't come. What do you mean I can't come? Izuku demands, snatching back the notebook he had just handed to Tamura. I mean you can't come. I'm going. You're staying. It's a simple concept, brat. Now give me the notes. Shaking his head, Izuku clutches the book defensively to his chest. Maybe I'll give you the notes when you give me one good reason I can't come. Sensei doesn't want you to, Tamura says simply, holding his hand out. That's a bad reason. Well, bad is in the eye of the beholder or whatever. That's not the saying and you know it. Maybe so. You know what I really want to know, though? Who the hell Eraserhead is. Notes, now. Say please. The minute narrowing of Tamura's eyes is the only warning Izuku gets before the older boy lunges. Izuku yells, dropping to the ground to avoid Tamura's grasping hands and curling up around the notebook. As it is, with all his limbs cocooned around the book, Tamura can't get to it without dedicating himself to a pretty high degree of manhandling, and if he does that, he'll have no way of being certain that he won't accidentally touch Izuku with all 5 fingers. Based on Tamura's exaggeratedly long groan, he's come to the same conclusion. Why do you want to go so bad, anyway? He asks petulantly. Lots of reasons, Izuku responds, voice slightly muffled from where his knees are folded up by his mouth. I want to see everyone in action, I want to analyze their quirks, I want to see if I can figure out how far my quirk awareness can stretch. Besides, it's stupid to face a raid boss alone. I'm your player too. Tamura sighs. Sensei doesn't want people knowing about you. Izuku hears Tamura sit down somewhere else in the room and uncurls from his ball, rolling to sit on the floor. He tucks the notebook under his butt, just in case Tamura is trying to lure him into a false sense of security. No one has to know I'm there, Izuku says. Oh. Tamura asks, sarcastic. And how exactly are you going to escape the notice of the nearly 24 people we will be attacking? I have a quirk for that. No one will notice me if I don't call attention to myself. Wallflower is one of the first quirks Izuku stole, back before he got so many that it became impractical to keep naming them all. It's one of his favorites, though he feels guilty for having favorites at all, and he frequently uses it to move around the bar without anyone noticing him when he's not in the mood for conversation. Tamura hums. It would be nice to have you. There, he admits. And hey, maybe you could steal a couple of quirks from those hero brats while we're at it. That would serve them right. No, Izuku says a touch too quickly, though Tamura doesn't seem to notice. He continues, hurrying to cover his tracks. We don't want to call any attention back to Dad, and someone is bound to make the connection if quirks suddenly go missing. Too bad, Tamura reluctantly agrees. Are you going to give me those notes now? I can come. Sure, why not? You weren't part of the plan, but Sensei never actually said you couldn't. But if he gets mad, I'm throwing you under the bus. Izuku jumps up, pumping his fist in victory. Just stay on the down low, okay? You're our party's rogue. Thievery, reconnaissance, and stealth, that's you. Izuku scoops his notebook up off the floor, passing it over to Tamura, who grimaces as he holds it between his hands. Why is it so warm? Tamura asks, scrunching up his nose. I was sitting on it. And? Did you fart on it or something? Nasty. Izuku flusters. No. Jesus, you're the nasty one, shut up. As Tamura snickers, Izuku riffles through his pockets for some kind of projectile, coming up with only some pills of lint that just drift lazily to the ground when he tries to throw them. Izuku resorts to shoving his hands into Tamura's face instead, but the older boy is undeterred, still laughing as he reaches for one of Izuku's curls, tugging on it as he carefully wraps the tip around all 5 fingers. The hair turns to dust between his fingers that falls onto Izuku's scalp like green dandruff. We're leaving tomorrow afternoon, Tamura tells him. Make sure you're ready. Then he leaves, possibly to make preparations of his own, but more likely to shut himself in his room and play video games while fantasizing about All Might's death. Alone, Izuku's cheeks are still warm with embarrassment, but the bubble of joy and irritation that Tamura's presence so often evokes has already popped. For a moment, it leaves him feeling small and deflated, but the empty space is quickly filled by a shame and self-loathing so large that it presses out against Izuku's ribs until he thinks they might crack from the pressure. Tomorrow, Izuku will accompany Tamura to the USJ, and while it's true that he's Tamura's player too, that's not why he wants to be there. It's not like he can tell Tamura the real reason he's interested in going, not like he can explain his fascination with erasure and his idle but all-consuming contemplation of what he might be able to use that quirk to do. Tamura would hate Izuku if he knew that Izuku was even thinking about what he is thinking about. So Izuku told a lie that was based in truth, one he knew Tamura would be happy to hear, and it had worked. Izuku doesn't know what's going to happen at the USJ. He doesn't know what Tamura will do. Doesn't know what All Might, the other pros, or the students will do. Even Izuku's own actions, 24 hours from now, are a mystery to him. So, Izuku does what Tamura suggested. He sits at his desk, scribbling out thoughts and theoreticals, what-ifs and how-tos, ends and means, and he tries to make sure he's ready for whatever it is he decides to do. Here is a modified trolley problem. You and your father stand beside a set of train tracks. As it is, the train's path is unobstructed, but there is a lever next to you that will divert it, leading it to kill hundreds of innocent and oblivious people. Your father wants you to pull the lever. If you don't, he will either make you or he will do it himself. The only way to stop him is to push him in front of the train. Do you push your father? The next day, Izuku stands at Tamura's right hand. To Tamura's left is the Nomu. It is a towering thing with vacant eyes and a beak like maw filled with teeth like jagged bits of glass. Izuku can't stand to look directly at it, but he can see its massive black form, perfectly still, out of the corner of his eye. The unnatural tangle of its quirks snares at Izuku's mind. The crowd before them looks at the monster with mixed reactions of trepidation, which Izuku thinks is wise, and respect, which is beyond foolish. There's more cannon fodder, as Tamura described them, than Izuku expected. Izuku doesn't know exactly where this meeting place is, since Kurogyari teleported him and Tamura directly in, but the room is large and completely empty apart from the bodies filling it. And they do fill it, not so much that people can't easily move around, but enough that Izuku can't get an easy head count on just how many villains All for One has recruited for this mission. The eyes of the group dart in turns between the Nomu, Tamura, and Izuku himself. He hasn't activated Wallflower yet, and it's an odd feeling having so many eyes on him like this. Even before coming to live with his father, Izuku had never particularly been the center of attention, and in the last 5 years he's hardly interacted with anyone outside his father, Tamura, and Kurogyari. On the rare occasion that he left the bar, he kept a low profile, frequently with Wallflower's assistance, and no one had paid him any mind. Once, standing in the middle of a crowd, with people flowing by him on all sides like he was a rock and they were a stream, Izuku had craved to be seen. Now, he is seen and wishes terribly to hide. But Tamura wants to make sure everyone notices Izuku. After all, the attack is likely to get very chaotic very quickly. The cannon fodder exists mostly to occupy the students while Tamura gets the job done, and it wouldn't do for one of the NPCs, again, Tamura's words, to mistake Izuku for one of the other 20-15-year-olds, the targets, that were going to be there. Tamura himself is covered in the embrace of his severed hands. It's nothing Izuku hasn't seen before, but it never becomes any easier, watching Tamura's face disappear behind a dead hand he calls Father. Like this, Tamura fits in with the swarm of villains gathered here, and Izuku can't imagine him playing Animal Crossing with a blanket wrapped around his shoulders. This person is more Shigaraki than Tamura, a virtual stranger instead of practically a brother. It makes Izuku's chest ache. Let's elaborate on the trolley problem. The scenario is the same, except now there is a third person standing with you and your father next to the tracks. He is not your brother, but also he is. Your brother would never push your father in front of the train. Your father, on the other hand, would push your brother in an instant. If you push your father, you save your brother as well as the hundreds of innocent people, but your brother will not see it that way. He will not thank you. Doyoupushyurfa. It's time, Tamura announces. Even his voice is different. Soft, not sweet. Perfectly composed, not genuinely calm. He completely lacks his normal animation, blank and indifferent. It's a facade, Izuku knows, but the behavior is no more comforting for its lack of sincerity. In front of them, Kurogiri opens a portal, the largest Izuku has ever seen, large enough for the assembled crowd to move through without condensing at all. Izuku is momentarily distracted by the sheer size of it, wondering where Kurogiri's limit lies. Then, Tamura steps forward and Izuku's fascination is cancelled out by his need to follow, activating Wallflower as he passes through the gloom. They emerge next to a fountain, at the empty center plaza of a large, domed structure. There's a variety of simulated terrains in the distance, spread out radially around them, from false cityscapes to man-made mountains. Izuku feels small as he takes it all in, smaller still as villains stalk into the space around him, dispersing through the plaza as Izuku and Tamura stay planted at the center. Across the dome, at the top of a very long stairway, a group stares down at them, rendered indistinct by the distance. Izuku can see them moving though, even if he can't make out the details of their features, shuffling around as they register the presence of intruders, grouping more tightly together as they realize they are in danger. Most of the figures are of similar sizes, the students, with a few outliers, but none so much larger as the form of All Might should be. Tamura seems to come to this realization as well, humming under his breath. "Where is he?" he asks, voice so deceptively calm that it gives Izuku chills. "He was meant to be here. I brought this whole crowd, just for him, and he doesn't even bother to show up." Izuku can see his fingers twitching at his sides. "I wonder if he would show up if we killed some kids?" Izuku does not want anyone to die here. "Tamura," he says softly, and the older boy turns. Wide red eyes meet Izuku's through cracked fingers, pupils constricted into pinpoints. As calm as Tamura sounds, almost bored, really, Izuku knows he is seething. He has always hated when things don't go according to plan, and this plan, in particular, is important to him in ways Izuku can only barely understand. "Wait," Izuku tells him. "See how the situation develops. Let the cannon fodder do their jobs." The words are bitter on Izuku's tongue, but, at least for the moment, Tamura stays by his side, not rushing in to kill anyone or get himself killed. Let's elaborate on the trolley problem. If you push your father, your brother will inevitably push you. You have hurt so many people that you probably deserve it, so that is not the moral quandary here. Your brother has just pushed you in front of a train, so you are dead, but the hundreds of innocent people and your brother are safe. Except now your brother is alone and he's angry, and your father has always told him that when he's angry he should do something about it, but the only thing he's ever been taught to do is hurt people. He has probably never even heard of the trolley problem because your father wouldn't have wanted him thinking about things like saving people or the value of life, and he will definitely pull any lever that he thinks your father would have wanted him to pull even after your father is dead. So the hundreds of people aren't safe, after all. And then, at some point, your brother will probably wander in front of the train himself, and you won't be there to pull him back, so he's not safe either. Everyone will be dead. DOYOUPUSHYOURFA. As it is, the situation develops quickly. One of the people watching from above launches themselves down the stairs. Eraserhead, Izuku warns Tamura, identifying the black blur in an instant, familiar with the way the hero moves after studying every clip available for hours and hours. Tamura hums his acknowledgement, watching intently as Eraserhead engages with the other villains. He's fast, Tamura mutters, rubbing his neck but not digging his nails in. Relies on speed and precision to take his targets out quickly. He smirks as someone gets a blow in against the hero. Bad matchup against mutant-type quirks, though. It doesn't look like he can erase those. That's what the capture weapon is for, Izuku points out. On cue, Eraserhead whips the scarf-like object out to snag a villain around the waist, binding their arms against their sides and flinging them away from him. It gives him long-distance versatility to make up for the shortcomings of his quirk. Izuku studies the weapon intently now, never having been able to get a good look at it over dark and pixelated footage. Tamura makes a disappointed noise. It's no fair. Strong hand-to-hand skills, long-distance weaponry, and the ability to erase quirks. With those goggles of his, you can't even tell whose quirk he's erasing. It makes it nearly impossible for a group to coordinate attacks properly. I don't think this group would be doing much coordination anyway. Tamura. That's not the point. Even if they tried, they wouldn't be able to. This is why I hate pro heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them. On some level, as Izuku watches one man single-handedly toss around dozens of villains who truthfully are more on the level of petty criminals, he can't help but agree. By Izuku's side, Tamura has been growing more and more agitated. His tone is still mostly level when he speaks, contained, though his words tremble slightly and his voice occasionally cracks. But his hands, as always, give him away, crawling up to his neck and scratching at the bit of exposed skin there, worrying it raw and tearing open old scabs. Izuku will likely have to clean them again tonight, if Tamura will calm down enough to allow him. In the distance, there is a commotion. Kurogiri has left the plaza to deal with 13 and the students, according to plan. It is expected that he would face some degree of resistance, but Izuku had decided that the students posed a negligible threat. Their unknown quirks are likely impressive, but Kurogiri is practically unmatched when it comes to evasion, so he's the perfect one to deal with them, doubly so, since Izuku is reasonably sure he won't try to kill them. Which is why, when Izuku hears the commotion from the entrance, he ignores it, keeping his focus on Eraserhead's fight and Tamura's state of mind. Then he hears the explosion. He spins bodily to face it. He'd know that sound anywhere, even after 5 years, and he curses himself for not considering this sooner. Izuku is the same age as the first-year UA students, and even if he has not seen Katsuki in a long time, Izuku has no doubt that the blonde, as strong, stubborn, and hardworking as he was, is attending UA, just like he always dreamed. Unconsciously, Izuku activates one of his many sensory enhancement quirks, the range of his sight increasing and his vision sharpening until he can see what is happening at the entrance. Until he can see the faces of the students he has thus far ignored or see their fear, concern, confusion, determination. And he can see Katsuki, dressed in black and orange with one arm encased in a grenade-shaped gauntlet that Izuku can guess the purpose of. Izuku can see the way Katsuki moves in tandem with the red-haired boy next to him. Izuku can see the familiar incandescent rage and savage glee that followed him through so much of his childhood. Bakugo Katsuki is in the USJ. Of course he is. On the top of those stairs, Katsuki and Kurogiri are face to face. Izuku should have seen this coming. But the simple fact of the matter is that he didn't. Izuku hasn't thought of Katsuki in years. In the beginning of his stay with his father, Izuku had thought of Katsuki whenever he met Tamura's glaring red eyes. Every time he took a quirk, he would remember how incredibly scared Kaken had looked that day when they were 4, before the fear was swallowed by an anger that engulfed every one of their interactions. He would hear Katsuki's voice in his head each time he did something bad, calling him a villain. But then Tamura had started smiling at Izuku, too, sharing his favorite Pokemon and teaching Izuku to play Super Smash Bros., and his eyes had stopped looking anything like Katsuki's. Now, Izuku has so many quirks from so many people that there's no longer a single representative for everyone he has wronged, and the temporary appropriation of Katsuki's quirk is among the most minor of Izuku's crimes. And maybe there is still a voice in Izuku's head that scolds him whenever he does something wrong, whenever he takes a quirk or gives Tamura information or loves his father knowing full well what the man has done, but now it just sounds like his own. Izuku had nearly forgotten about Bakugo Katsuki. And now is not the time to remember. Izuku swallows, squeezing his eyes shut tight to shut off the enhanced vision, forcing himself to turn his back on the fight in the distance to focus again on the one happening next to him. The scene that greets him is different from what he expected. The space next to him is empty. In Izuku's seconds of distraction, Tamura has moved. He is already halfway across the plaza, and despite the hand covering his face, Izuku can tell that Tamura is wearing Izuku's least favorite grin. It's the smile Tamura gets whenever he is about to hurt someone, sharp and bloodthirsty, with too many teeth and wild eyes. It's the kind of smile that makes Izuku remember why he was so afraid of Tamura when they first met. Truly, it's a travesty to call it a smile, because this is not what happiness looks like, and Izuku hates that Tamura can't tell the difference. Izuku would give anything to teach Tamura what a smile is meant to be. Would do anything to show him that the soft moments they spend together at the bar are far closer to fulfillment than the violence he is praised for. Let's elaborate on that. This stopped sounding like the trolley problem at some point. What are the trains supposed to be in this metaphor, again? They were meant to be the villains of the story, but then what's the train that's hitting your brother? A different villain? That doesn't make sense. It's gotten a bit tangled up. Let's try again. The trains are the villains of the story. Then your father is a train. So are you and your brother. You are all sentient trains. This is already worse. Maybe the trolley problem has been stretched too far. Doupushyoursfu. With Tamura's often childish behavior, it can be easy to forget how intelligent he is. The more his anger builds, the more irrational he will get, throwing away plans in favor of pure destruction, but when he manages to keep a level head, Tamura is capable of being surprisingly analytical and strategic. He is good at picking apart weaknesses. Izuku wishes it weren't so. It's hard to see when you keep moving around, Tamura says as he charges forward, but your hair floats when you use your quirk, and the moment it falls, that's when you blink. The time between has gotten shorter and shorter. You're reaching your limit, aren't you? Izuku had pointed out the tell of Eraserhead's quirk in his notes, along with dozens of other things, but the observation of the timing is Tamura's own. Izuku wishes, not for the first time, that Tamura could be stupid, that his intelligence hadn't been honed into a sword. On a level playing field, Eraserhead would certainly win any fight between him and Tamura, Izuku has no doubt. Izuku has trained with Tamura, and while the older boy doesn't completely lack combat skills, he still relies far too much on the raw destructive power of his quirk. Without it, he is built for speed, lacks power, and is fairly frail. Easy to capture or incapacitate. Izuku would know he's done it. But the playing field is not level. Izuku had seen to that, tipping the odds in Tamura's favor just enough for him to get past Eraserhead's guard. Tamura dodges around the capture weapon the hero sends after him, grasping the scarf by the end and wrapping it around his hand. It serves as a tether, reeling them both in closer as they run at each other, Eraserhead's hands fisted in his weapon, Tamura with a hand drawn back. They collide, Tamura's hand flying over Eraserhead's shoulder, his body folding over as the hero's elbow drives into his solar plexus. Izuku winces, but the sympathy he feels for Tamura is contrasted by relief. "Don't push yourself, Eraserhead," Tamura says into the space between them. His voice, delighted and mocking, makes Izuku reassess his relief. Eraserhead's hair falls. Tamura's obvious grasp went wide when Eraserhead ducked in close to him, but it was a feint all along. With muted horror, Izuku seeks out Tamura's other hand, closed around Eraserhead's elbow, having caught the blow. He watches as the skin cracks like spiderwebs traveling through glass, watches as flesh turns gray and brittle and crumbles away from the wet sinew of muscle. Eraserhead disengages before the rot reaches bone, punching Tamura in the chest with his free arm and throwing himself backwards, away from Tamura but towards half a dozen other enemies. Tamura has been knocked to the ground, but seems content to stay there for the moment, watching as Eraserhead ducks under a grab, shoulder checks one villain, rolls away from another, keeping up with the fast tempo of the fight even as his arm hangs limply at his side. This fight isn't at all like what you're used to, is it? Tamura asks. No, you're more of the surprise attack type, aren't you? Catch them off guard and take care of them quickly. A long fight against a group like this isn't your normal job at all. Hearing his own carefully recorded observations come out of Tamura's mouth makes Izuku feel ill. Still, you ran down to face us head-on, all alone. Was that to make your students feel safe? Tamura sneers around the word. The underlings don't give Eraserhead any room to breathe, not allowing him to so much as spare Tamura a glance as the boy mocks him. He narrowly dodges the swipe of a villain with long blade-like fingers, wrapping the man up in his scarf and tugging hard to pull the villain into the path of another. A second later, Eraserhead drops the man he just used as a shield and kicks his most recent attacker across the face, sending them sprawling to the ground. He pants, shoulders heaving, but barely takes a moment to breathe before burying his hands back into his weapon and spinning to face Tamura again, Quirk activated. Tamura laughs abruptly, giddy and manic. You're so cool. So cool. Izuku's hair stands on end. He wants to run away. He wants to bring Tamura with him, somewhere far from this place where they can leave the Shigaraki who riles himself up with blood and violence behind. By the way, hero, I'm not the final boss. In All Might's absence, Izuku had somehow forgotten about the abomination they brought to handle the number one hero. Pitting Eraserhead against it is a joke, the kind of dark comedy that ends in death. It grabs the underground hero by his face, hand dwarfing his head. Eraserhead doesn't even have time to make a futile attempt at escape before he is being slammed down, skull slamming against hard stone, goggles snapping and flying away, blood. Izuku slams his eyes closed. This is not real life, he tells himself. He's not actually here. Things like this don't really happen. Tamura, he chokes out. Do you like our Nomu, Eraserhead? Tamura asks. He's bioengineered, specifically to take down All Might. The anti-symbol of peace. Tamura snickers to himself the way he does whenever he thinks he has said something especially clever. The Nomu screeches, an inhuman sound that makes Izuku's teeth ache. Something makes a long, ugly splintering noise. Not bones, not bones, not bones. Tamura, Izuku says again, forcing his voice to be louder even as it tries to die in his throat. Salt invades his mouth when he speaks. He doesn't know when he started crying. Not now, rogue. I'm busy. How can he stand it, Izuku wonders. How can he sound so pleased with himself? The ability to erase quirks? It's wonderful but not all that impressive really, Tamura muses to himself. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless. Another crack, another thud, the ground trembles faintly beneath Izuku's feet. He wishes this could be over already, he wishes this never happened in the first place, he wishes he was somewhere else, he wishes he didn't exist at all. Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogyari says. Izuku didn't notice his return, but he's beyond feeling surprised. All he can feel is the weight of his bones trying to pull him into the earth and the cold of his blood as it crawls through his veins. Kurogyari. Did you kill 13? Please no. I put 13 out of action thank God. But there were students I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away. Kurogyari, Izuku can hear Tamura's building distress. On a normal day, Izuku would try to soothe him. But today is not a normal day. Today, there is blood all over the ground. Because of Tamura. Because of Izuku. He can smell it in the air. If you weren't a warp gate, Tamura growls, I would have crushed you to pieces. Damn it. It's game over. There's no point in staying if they're going to bring in reinforcements. We can't win against dozens of pros. Man, it's really game over. Let's go home. Yes, Izuku thinks, let's go. Please, let's go. But go home? Izuku's not sure he wants to go there. Home, where they will talk about how this attack could have gone better. Home, where they will say how many people should have died. Home, where the blood they have spilt will not have been enough. Home, where they will inevitably be made to spill more. But first, Tamura continues, we've come all this way. It would be a shame not to smash some of All Might's pride as the symbol of peace before we go. Let's leave some bodies for him to find. Izuku had withdrawn so far into himself that he had stopped paying attention. It was foolish of him, beyond foolish, but he stopped keeping track of people. And now there are 2 students at the edge of the water near the plaza. 2 students who freed themselves from whatever mess Kurogiri dropped them in and made their way to where their teacher was fighting. 2 students that had been watching for Izuku doesn't know how long, because he hadn't been paying attention. 2 students that Tamura has noticed. 2 students that Tamura wants to make into bodies. Izuku's eyes fly open. Time slows around him, stretching one moment into several, allowing Izuku to take in every detail of the situation between one breath and the next. Bullet time, that was what Izuku had named it. The very first quirk his father ever made him steal. Eraserhead is face down on the ground with the Nomu on his back. There is blood pooling around his head. 2 students lurk nearby in shallow water, not yet having processed the words Tamura just spoke. Tamura has already turned towards them, body leaned forward in a lunge, arm halfway raised. No one is coming to save them. Those students cannot react quickly enough. Backup won't arrive in the time it takes for Tamura to lay down all 5 of his fingers. Here is what is going to happen. Tamura is going to press his hand against one of the students' faces, likely the girl who seems to have some kind of frog quirk, before they even have time to realize what is happening. She will turn to dust between his fingers. Tamura will become a murderer and he will not even care. His hands will never get the chance to be anything but deadly. Weapons, and everything Tamura has ever suspected or feared about himself will be proven correct. Kurogiri will take Izuku and Tamura back to the bar, where Tamura will rail against their failure. He will make a new plan to kill All Might. He will ask for Izuku's help, again. Izuku will give it. More people will get hurt and it will be Izuku's fault. Izuku thinks of Eraserhead, who might die here. Of Erasure that might die with him. He thinks of heroes and villains and how stories are written. He thinks of Aizawa Shoyuta, the boy, not the hero, who looked so small in the sports festival's large arena, who was unhappy with his lot in life and did something about it, who stood on the podium and smiled in victorious defiance. That boy wrote his own story. That boy made himself the hero. Izuku wants to be like that boy. The trolley problem isn't working anymore, so let's simplify. There's you, your father, and your brother, who are all varying degrees of guilty. Then there's hundreds of innocent people. Either the innocents die, or some combination of you, your father, and your brother do. Now let's complicate, because this is not a theoretical. This is not a thought exercise. This is real life. Real people will die, and you will be the one to kill them. So, who do you save? Shoyuta hasn't wanted to be a hero since he was a child. As a civilian, it's easy to want to be a hero, to see the appeal of saving people, to see the thrill and prestige and think it's something that could be satisfying to devote a life to. But that's not what it means to be a hero, not really. Only fools want to be heroes. What it really means to be a hero is dealing with endless pain and suffering. The people a hero saves are in pain. They are often in the middle of the worst days of their lives, and while saving them may put a stop to that suffering, a hero still needs to witness it first. There is an abundance of awful things in the world, and a hero, especially an underground one, through the course of their career, is likely to see them all. This burden, though, is made lighter by the virtue of being able to help. Pain paired with healing power. But even the people a hero saves others from are often in pain. It is easy to say that villains are evil and pretend that they were born that way, but in reality, while many people are called villains because of the things they chose to do, just as many are born from the things that are done to them. And a hero's ability to help these people is limited at best. In fact, the system often recommends that you hurt them more. Take them down by whatever means necessary, maybe give them some bruises, broken bones, or blood loss along the way. Lock them up, throw away the key. It's an inescapable part of the job, but there is no comfort in being the cause of someone's pain. Then, of course, there is the pain of the hero themselves. The stab wounds, the gunshots, the quirk injuries. Generally, that doesn't even bear mentioning over. The pain of others, that's the way of heroes. But, nevertheless, the injuries accumulate quickly. Being a hero means fighting every day, and when someone fights that often, sometimes, inevitably, they lose. And when they lose, they either get hurt or they die. Or worse, other people die. That's the greatest pain of all. The pain of the people the hero fails to save. The cases, the bodies, gone cold. The instances where no one gets there in time, either moments or days or years too late. The instances where no one gets there at all, where no one even realizes that anything is wrong, but somewhere someone is crying out for help that they will never receive, not even post-mortem. The pain of those people who die alone and scared, and the pain of those who outlive them. Shoyuta was 16 years old the first time he failed to save someone, and his desire to be a hero died with them. After that, it wasn't a want, but a need. He wasn't stupid enough to crave the darkness and suffering that shadow a hero's footsteps, but Shoyuta has never been able to watch bad things happen without doing something about them. Too many people believe that someone else will take care of the problems in the world, and too few people actually do. Maybe someone else would help, but Shoyuta can, so he will, even if he has already seen enough pain to last a lifetime. And so, every day, Shoyuta fights. The USJ is not his first time losing. It is, perhaps, the most painful losing has ever been, though. Yes, some of that is Shuta's own, physical pain. The pain of flesh flayed away from bone with only a touch. The pain of both his arms being broken, one cleanly snapped and the other twisted into countless shards. The pain of the thing on top of him, compressing his lungs and forcing his body flat to unforgiving concrete. The pain of having his head smashed down so many times that only tenacity and grit are keeping him conscious. It is probably the most pain Shoyuta has ever been in. But worse than all of that is the scalding inadequacy that comes with his failure to protect his students. They are who knows where, fighting who knows what. It's Shuta's job to prepare them for threats like this, but he hasn't even had them for a week yet. They're all still so new and small and soft, full of potential but also naivety. They all still want to be heroes. Eventually, every hero hopeful needs to learn the hard lesson that sometimes the heroes lose, but Shoyuta didn't want his first years to learn so soon, and he didn't want to be the one teaching them, not like this. Not broken and helpless while a maniac rubs Shuta's weaknesses in his face. Tamura, someone says. Shoyuta can't see the speaker, but they sound like they are on the verge of panic, voice high and choked with tears. They sound young and afraid, and it makes Shoyuta ache at his own uselessness. More pain, and it hurts all the more for not being his own, for being helpless when he is meant to be helping. Not now, rogue. Shuta's assailant dismisses callously. I'm busy. Shoyuta struggles to raise his head as the man continues to mock him, but can only strain futilely against the beast's hold. Shigaraki Tamura, the purple one, says as he swirls back into being in the plaza. Kurogyri, did you kill 13? Please no. I put 13 out of action dash, not dead then, but there were students I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away. It must have been Ida. Thank God he had the wisdom to run. With 13 incapacitated as well, their only hope would be backup from the school. Ida is their best chance at getting that before it's too late. Huh? Shigaraki Tamura asks, voice deadly with disgusted disbelief. Kurogyri, if you weren't a warp gate, I would have crushed you to pieces. Damn it. It's game over. There's no point in staying if they're going to bring in reinforcements. We can't win against dozens of pros. Man, it's really game over. Let's go home. Shoyuta does not let himself hope. But first, we've come all this way. It would be a shame not to smash some of All Might's pride as the symbol of peace before we go. Let's leave some bodies for him to find. Shoyuta did not let himself hope, and so he is not disappointed. He is devastated instead. What is he meant to do, pinned as he is, against a madman intent on shedding blood? Being a hero is all about tolerating pain. That's the thing no one ever tells you. That's why only a fool would actually want to be a hero, knowing what they are asking for. With his head pressed to cracked and crattered concrete, Shoyuta asks himself derisively, how much can he take before he breaks? How much can he break before he falls to pieces? He is already past his limit. Already broken, already shattered across the floor. But Shoyuta is a hero, not because he wants to be, but because he needs to be. He has felt pain and seen it and caused it, and he has not let it stop him, yet. Which is why Shoyuta puts everything he has into raising his head, into locking bleary blood-filled eyes onto the blurry figure who has just launched himself towards the water, where two of Shuta's students have found themselves. Activating his quirk makes Shuta's entire head scream, like pieces of his skull are coming loose and stabbing into his brain, which, for all he knows, they are. Between the blood, the concussion he certainly has, and whatever other damage has no doubt been done to his face, Shoyuta can barely see, but it's enough. When Shigaraki's hand meets Ajui's face, he makes an irritated noise, and while Shoyuta hears the girl stutter on a breath, she does not scream. What do you think you're doing, rogue? Shigaraki asks. It's only then that Shoyuta notices the fourth figure, his two students in the water, Shigaraki in front of them, and a boy by his side. The boy is small, definitely smaller than some of Shuta's first years, though he can't see clearly enough to get an accurate age estimate. The figure is just a blur of green next to Shigaraki's black. Shoyuta squints, careful not to let his eyes close completely, and sees that Shigaraki's hand has actually stopped about a centimeter away from Ajui's face. The unknown boy, the one Shigaraki called Rogue, has a hand around the man's wrist, halting his attack. You can't kill her, Tamura, the boy says, in the same choked, raspy voice from before. Is he crying? Shoyuta can't see well enough to tell. Pretty sure I can, Shigaraki responds flatly, but he neither pulls away nor attempts to attack the boy beside him. Remember why we're here. We're after All Might, not the NPCs. The more people you kill, the more this looks like senseless violence, especially if they're children. I'm not opposed to senseless violence. I'm aware. But this is a strategy game, Tamura, not a beat 'em up. There is a tense moment of silence and Shoyuta struggles to keep his eyes open, struggles to even stay conscious. Somewhere, there is a crash, but Shoyuta couldn't tell you how far away it was or what direction it came from because the blood rushing through his ears makes everything sound distorted. He has fought until he was broken, kept fighting until he fell to pieces, and then he picked those pieces up and weaponized them, like using shards of glass as improvised knives. He has reached his limit twice over. His limbs are heavier than the thing sitting on top of him, pain bleeds out of his edges like running ink, and rainbow static dances in all the fuzzy places in his vision. Shoyuta blinks. His eyes do not open again. Izuku closes his fingers around Tamura's wrist a fraction of a second before he can lay his hand across the frog-quirked girl's face. Izuku's hand eclipses the scar he left on Tamura the day they met, a small handprint that perfectly pairs with the larger one on Izuku's own wrist. Izuku fears that Tamura won't stop at just a touch, but the older boy freezes as if restrained, despite how gentle Izuku's grip is. Tamura turns to face him slowly, and Izuku refuses to cower from the flames of anger in Tamura's eyes. What do you think you're doing, rogue? Saving us all, Izuku thinks. You can't kill her, Tamura, Izuku says instead, doing his best to sound confident and authoritative despite how near he was to a panic attack just seconds ago. His voice is raspy and his cheeks are still wet, but his tone is steady and he is no longer crying. Pretty sure I can, Tamura responds, but for the moment, he is still listening, not resisting Izuku's hold. Remember why we're here, Izuku tries to reason. We're after All Might, not the NPCs. The more people you kill, the more this looks like senseless violence, especially if they're children. I'm not opposed to senseless violence. Izuku cringes internally, but matches Tamura's impatient look with a level one. Izuku swallows. I'm aware. But this is a strategy game, Tamura, not a beat 'em up. Tamura's eyes narrow. Izuku knows things could still go either way. He can reason with Tamura some of the time, but never control him, and at the end of the day, Tamura will do what Tamura thinks is best. Izuku considers taking decay, forcing Tamura to do things the peaceful way by depriving him of his means of violence, but it is unlikely that Tamura would let him. After years of the quirk going back and forth, Tamura has learned to identify the subtle feeling associated with Izuku attracting the quirk away, and now, unless Izuku catches him completely off guard, Tamura can tug back, resulting in a battle of wills that they don't have time for in the middle of a literal battle. Izuku would be reluctant to leave Tamura without a means of defense, besides. So Izuku and Tamura stand in an uneasy silence while Tamura makes up his mind, Izuku hoping that he can manifest his desired outcome if he stays calm and rational enough. Whichever way Tamura was leaning, Izuku never gets to find out. The doors to the USJ blow open, dust billowing around them as they go flying and crash to the ground a short distance away. Attention torn away from the stray students, Tamura spins, dragging Izuku with him until they are both facing the entrance. Slowly, All Might emerges from the cloud of swirling dust, his figure large and distinct even from such a distance. "It's fine now," he calls, voice booming across the whole of the training arena. "I am here." His face, Izuku can see, is set in grim lines, nothing like the smiling action figures that lined Izuku's shelves when he was a child. Finally, Tamura says. Izuku doesn't turn to look at him, eyes fixed on All Might, but he can hear the deranged grin in the words. "You've kept me waiting, hero. You trash of society." It's not fine, Izuku thinks, on the edge of frantic. They need to leave, right then, or Izuku has the terrible feeling that nothing is going to be fine ever again. Izuku moves from holding Tamura's wrist to clutching his arm just above the elbow, digging his fingers in and tugging slightly. Tamura doesn't acknowledge him. Between them and All Might, the underlings they brought along hesitate and cower, but are rallied after a moment by a brave soul among them. None of them get to take more than half a step forward before they're disposed of, all groaning on the ground clutching their guts within the blink of an eye. It happens so quickly Izuku doesn't even have enough time to activate a quirk to help him keep pace. Then, not even a moment later, Izuku is jostled, losing his grip on Tamura's arm as he stumbles to keep his footing. The students disappear from the water behind them and reappear under All Might's arms, along with a limp and unconscious Eraserhead, all of whom are deposited gently on the ground a short distance away. Tamura makes a small, hurt sound, almost a whine, and Izuku rips his eyes away from All Might, his need to ensure his brother's well-being outweighing the survival instincts that scream for him to keep sight of the threat. Tamura leans against his Nomu, balancing himself with one hand while the other covers his face. "It's no good. It's no good," he mumbles fervently into his palm, his eyes wide and glassy wet as he scans the ground. Next to Izuku's feet, the hand that Tamura wears over his face lays, palm up and fingers stiff. The severed hands always make Izuku faintly nauseous, but more sickening still is the way Tamura staggers towards it, kneeling down next to Izuku and picking it up almost reverently. "I'm sorry, father," he says, sounding close to tears. "So sorry." He places it back over his face, exhaling a shaky breath as he does. It seems to calm him almost immediately, and he swings from this scared and almost broken type of vulnerability right back into the mania that has defined this entire exhibition so far. It's enough to give Izuku whiplash. He hit us as he was saving them. It's the violence of a government official, Tamura says as he stands, sounding far too pleased. He hums to himself. He's definitely fast. I couldn't follow him with my eyes, could you? Izuku, realizing he's being addressed, shakes his head. Yeah, I didn't think so. Still, he's not as fast as I thought he would be. So I guess it's true. He is getting weaker. Tamura smiles his horrible smile, and even though he is looking at Izuku, clearly expecting some form of encouragement, Izuku can't find it in himself to smile back. It is taking everything he has not to start crying again. He wonders what Tamura would do if he broke down, if he begged that they go home. He is too afraid of the answer to try. While Izuku is busy attempting to quell the burning in his eyes, All Might makes his move. The hero disappears from where he left his companions, yelling the name of one of his signature moves as he reappears in front of them and prepares to smash them out of existence. Izuku can only clench his eyes shut and brace for impact, though he's sure that would do very little against a point-blank blow from the symbol of peace, but Tamura grabs him by the elbow and pulls him close, pressing their sides tight together. "Nomu," Tamura says, and the beast is there, taking the hit in their place. The air pressure generated is insane, causing the water behind them to well up in massive crests that crash back down with a spray that makes Izuku's entire back damp and cold. The hulking mass of the Nomu protects Izuku and Tamura from the worst of it, but Izuku still needs to dig his heels in and wrap a fist in the side of Tamura's shirt to avoid being knocked back a few steps. The Nomu screeches, swiping both arms in wide, clumsy arcs that All Might ducks easily beneath. All Might throws an answering punch, hitting the Nomu square in the stomach. Garnering no reaction, he swings again, hitting the Nomu first in one side of the head, then the other. The beast's neck swivels with the blows, but it is otherwise unaffected, opening its mouth wide and craning its head forward to screech in All Might's face. Izuku flinches into Tamura's side. Tamura chuckles. "That's not going to get you anywhere," he says. "Nomu has shock absorption, so you can punch him as much as you want and it won't make any difference. If you want to damage him, your best bet would be to slowly gouge out bits of his flesh." The Nomu screams again, swinging a large hand towards All Might's head. Whether or not he'd let you do that is a different issue though. All Might evades this swing as easily as all the others. For a moment, his eyes dart away from his opponent and to Tamura, sizing him up. Izuku holds his breath, does his best to be invisible, and hopes All Might won't notice the grip Tamura has on his arm. "Thanks for the advice," All Might says. "If it's true, you've made this easier for me." Tamura smiles, smug, but All Might is no longer paying attention to notice. The hero grabs the Nomu about the waist, ignoring the beast's delayed attempts to clutch at him, and bends over backwards, slamming the Nomu exposed brain first into the ground. The shockwave and amount of dust produced are akin to an explosion. Complaining under his breath, Tamura braces against it, but Izuku is significantly smaller and his feet slide across the ground. He has to let go of Tamura or risk dragging the older boy along with him. He falls to his knees, skin shredding against the rough concrete, and shifts his fingers into hard, black talons. Whatever material they are made of is harder than anything Izuku has encountered, allowing them to sink into the stone with minimal resistance, anchoring Izuku as wind whips wildly at his figure. When the wind lets up, he pulls his fingers from the ground and reverts their shape, panting slightly. 4 quirks used in such a short span of time, and Izuku is feeling the beginnings of fatigue. He staggers back to his feet, knees bleeding sluggishly. Tamura spares him a glance and Izuku shakes his head, telling him there's nothing to be concerned about. They both turn their attention back to All Might and the Nomu, staring through the haze of dust as it slowly dissipates, Tamura eager and Izuku resigned as they wait to see the outcome. It is worse than Izuku hoped, which, of course, is all the better for Tamura, who makes a pleased noise. All Might is bent backwards in an arch, but the Nomu has been pushed through one of Kurojire's portals, instead of into the ground. The top half of the beast emerges beneath All Might's spine, both claws sunk deep into the hero's sides. Izuku can see blood seeping into the white of All Might's dress shirt. "Did you think you could stop him by burying him in the concrete?" Tamura asks. "Oh, this is good. What a perfect opportunity. Don't you think, Kurojire?" Releasing the Nomus waist, All Might sits up in the monster's hold, grasping one of its hands with both of his and attempting to pry himself from its grip. The Nomu doesn't waver in the slightest. Tamura laughs, mocking. "That's not going to work. Nomu is just as strong as you are, you know." The Nomu flexes its claws deeper, as if to prove a point, though the beast isn't nearly intelligent enough to be petty. All Might coughs, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Around either half of the Nomu, Kurojire's portals constrict slightly. "This is your first offense?" All Might asks, voice serious and eyes threatening even as he continues to fail to escape the Nomu's grasp. "You'd better prepare yourselves." Izuku shudders. Tamura stops giggling, sobering abruptly. One of his hands wanders to start idly scratching at his neck. "Kurojire," he says, matching All Might's tone. Kurogiri's portals constrict further. The main mass of his body stretches and elongates, looming over All Might's prone form. The hero glowers at the show of intimidation. Izuku takes a step forward, though he can't say what for. "I do not want blood and guts overflowing within me," Kurogiri says, dignified as ever, despite the goriness of his words, "but it would be an honor to take in a man as great as you. As fast as you are, we needed Nomu to restrain you, but with his job done, it falls to me to finish the task. Have Nomu immobilize you and then, when your body is halfway through, close the gate and tear you apart." Izuku did not expect this. Tamura has always had a bloodlust and Izuku has always been aware of it, but Kurogiri has never shown anything but a polite distaste for violence, desensitized, certainly, but also disinterested. Even today, he had chosen to incapacite 13 rather than kill them. Izuku didn't know the details of the plan to kill All Might, but he never expected that Kurogiri would be the one to deal the finishing blow. Izuku had thought that Kurogiri was like him, inescapably bound to All for One, but for reasons other than mutual desires. To learn otherwise feels like a betrayal, though it probably shouldn't. Izuku shouldn't be so surprised. Whether Kurogiri himself wants All Might dead or not, Izuku will likely never know, but Kurogiri, like Tamura, does anything All for One tells him to. Murder is not an exception. Izuku closes his eyes. It is cowardly, perhaps, his refusal to watch the violence he has enabled, but he can't stand to see it. He doesn't think he'll ever sleep again, if he sees. He thinks he'll go mad. With his eyes closed, Izuku can't see what happens next, but he hears it. It's close enough for him to smell even, like caramel or burnt sugar. Familiar memories, tinted by fear and shame and regret, flood over Izuku, washing him away for a moment. "Die." Izuku hears, though he can't say if the words are being said now or if they're just an echo from years ago. "All I heard is that you all are here to kill All Might," a new, unfamiliar voice says. The speaker, a boy, pauses, the silence filled with words from others that Izuku doesn't pay attention to. Then, the boy continues, "The symbol of peace cannot be killed by the likes of you." "You're right," Izuku thinks as. Tamura scoffs at his side. "He can't. But if All Might doesn't die here today, they will be back another day. And if Tamura or Kurogiri or Izuku himself die here, then someone else will come. They will keep coming over and over until the job is done. Because they are just pawns on a chessboard, and losing them means little to the man playing the game. All for One is always thinking at least 10 moves ahead, after all. But Izuku, he's not actually a pawn, is he? He's not even meant to be a piece on the board." A brief lull falls over the battle at the Central Plaza, as all the new players stand and size each other up. None of them are thinking about the invisible participant, the one behind the scenes, pulling all the strings. They don't know what he has in store for them and they don't have any plans to stop him. But Izuku knows. And there's a chance he can do something about it. The tension cracks and the fight starts moving again, but Izuku takes a deep breath, centers himself, and ignores it all. He stretches out his awareness, farther than he has ever had cause to in the warehouse, brushing over the quirks of villains and students and heroes alike in the search of one, specifically. When he finds it, he pulls. With the distance between them, it takes a moment to reach him, nearly half a minute. But erasure, like all quirks, comes to Izuku easily and without resistance. He tells himself that he'll give it back when he's done with it. He refuses to think, for the moment, about what being done with it will mean. Katsuki knew the villains were idiots. They had to be breaking into Yua, of all places, thinking they could kill All Might, of all people, but based on how laughably easy it is to take out the scrubs between the collapse zone and the Central Plaza, they're not only stupid, but incompetent to boot. Incompetent and pathetic, practically pissing their pants as soon as Katsuki let off a single explosion, and not even a big one at that. Sure, Katsuki is pretty damn impressive. He's strong as hell and he's going to be number one someday, so they're right to be afraid of him, but he's still only 15 years old and those grown whole adults couldn't even put a scratch on him. He had taken out nearly a dozen of them single-handed. Well, technically Shitty Hair is there too. The way he keeps yammering on about manliness, or whatever the hell type of complex he is makes it pretty FNG hard for Katsuki to ignore him. But it's not like Shitty Hair had actually helped or anything, and if he took out 1 or 2 villains himself along the way, it's nothing Katsuki couldn't have handled on his own. Really, he'd rather have been on his own if it meant he could get even a moment of peace and be quiet. Shut up. Katsuki snaps at the spiky idiot as they draw close to the central plaza where the main fight is happening. You've gotta be fucking quiet or they're gonna hear us coming from a mile off. The BSRD gives Katsuki a thumbs up, grinning, and if those pointy teeth of his can't make him look intimidating, Katsuki doesn't think anything can. Katsuki looks over the plaza, taking a moment to assess the situation, but the main problem is pretty immediately obvious. Some freak of nature has All Might trapped in its claws, while the misty jackass Katsuki is after gives his villain monologue. FNG incompetent, Katsuki swears. Everyone knows that if you want something done you just FNG do it. There's no reason to talk about it, especially not in the long-winded overdramatic way villains are so stereotypically fond of. Katsuki doesn't bother to say anything to Shitty Hair again. Why FNG bother with that waste of time bullshit? With one hand he propels himself forward, throwing himself into the fight high and fast. With the other, he aims a large explosion at the center of the warp gate's mass. The detonation doesn't connect with anything, but it wasn't particularly meant to. While the villain reels from the size and volume of the blast, Katsuki uses the smoke kicked up as a cover, striking with precision to grab the misty jackass metal collar, using his momentum to take them both to the ground. That's what the fucker gets for dropping Katsuki off in the middle of nowhere like yesterday's god-made trash. Katsuki has the gate pinned for all of a second when the half-and-half BSRD shows up, sending forward a wave of ice that entirely coats half of the monster holding All Might. Grudgingly, Katsuki can admit the display is pretty impressive, even if it's unnecessary, since he's got the situation under control already. As All Might pries himself free of the thing's weakened grip, Shitty Hair dives in as well, lunging at H&B and then complaining loudly when the Krusty Bee just steps out of the way. Krusty sighs. Well, we're in a pinch now. Without our warp gate, we have no way out of here. Katsuki smiles viscously, turning his attention back to the nobody he has pinned. The gate watches him with unreadable yellow eyes that twist and waver like smoke. You careless BSRD, Katsuki mocks. I knew it. You act so untouchable, but only parts of you can actually turn into a misty warp gate. You just cover your actual body with the fog, huh? If you were actually just mist and physical attacks couldn't touch you, you wouldn't have had to dodge back at the entrance. You should be more FNG careful with shit like that, you know. Beneath him, mist twists and rides, but the tendrils shudder to a halt when Katsuki sets off a burst of small warning explosions. Don't even think about it. You move a FNG inch in a way I don't like and your butt is done for. The handfucker stands to the side, hands clasped politely in front of him as if he isn't some kind of raging homicidal BSRD. He's not half as afraid as he should be, considering that he's facing down the number 1 hero with his escape route cut off. But then again, Katsuki had decided from the very beginning that these guys were obviously morons. Wow, the moron says, word drawn out in a self-satisfied mockery of amazement. Half my party has been taken out and they're not even injured. Kids these days really are amazing. You're gonna make the League of Villains look bad. The attitude grates at Katsuki's nerves, all casual and disinterested, like he's FNG above them all even though he's getting his butt handed to him. Anger bubbles up Katsuki's throat, and he's about to snap something in response, probably something along the lines of not needing to make them look bad when they do the job on their own, when the villain speaks again. Nomu. The thing, still half frozen and stuck through a warp gate, shudders. Its muscles shift and roll beneath its skin, disgustingly pronounced, as it gets its legs beneath it and hauls itself from the murky portal. As it moves, the ice around it creaks and groans, horrible sounds that the monster pays no attention to at all. When it frees itself and comes to a stand, the ice lets out a series of cracks, all of them as loud as gunshots, fracturing apart and taking skin and flesh and bone along the way. The freak teeters, but does not make a sound, seeming indifferent to the sudden loss of half its limbs. Blood flows lethargically from the stumps left behind, vessels constricted by the cold. There are chunks of meat scattered across the ground and Katsuki can't tear his eyes off of them. The lack of gore somehow makes it all the more gruesome. And H&EB is still just standing and watching, so assured, not a drop of fear in him, and Katsuki's skin crawls with the sudden certainty that the fucker has something up those ratty sleeves of his. Only a moment later, the creeping suspicion is confirmed. The monster's raw flesh writhes and bubbles outward, swelling and then bursting with a terrible wet noise that turns Katsuki's stomach. Compared to the almost anticlimactic nature of the loss of the limbs, their regeneration is graphic and disturbing. Shitty hair makes an ill-sounding noise to Katsuki's side. So his quirk wasn't shock absorption after all, All Might says, grim-faced. Even he's not entirely unaffected by the sight, a hint of revulsion ticking at the corner of his unsmiling mouth. Oh, it is, H&EB corrects with poorly concealed glee. It's just not his only one. After all, he needs more than just shock absorption to go toe-to-toe with the guy at the top of the leaderboards. He's been modified to take you at 100%. This is his super regeneration. Katsuki barely has time to contemplate the implication that this thing has more than one FNG quirk. How is that even possible? What kind of freak of nature are they actually dealing with here? It's overwhelming to even consider and, for a half-second, Katsuki stops following the conversation. A small corner of Katsuki's mind, dark and well-ignored, grows larger and the thoughts he closes up there leak like a gas into the rest of his mind, faint and intangible but deadly all the same. He thinks, against his own will, like the thought is holding him at gunpoint, about a boy who briefly had 2 quirks while Katsuki himself had none at all. He does not let the thought go further, even as it tries to take shape. He does not think the name, does not picture those eyes, does not remember the feeling. Vulnerable and helpless, so helpless. Useless and worthless and not even himself anymore. He hears H&DJB say, "Now, let's get our gate back," but it seems inconsequential next to the idea of somehow having more than one FING quirk. He hears, "Nomu," but does not think about what that means because he is too busy pointedly not thinking about other things. Even if Katsuki had been paying proper attention, even if he had been vigilant and on his guard, he never would have been able to move in time. As it is, he doesn't even see anything. One moment he is frozen, held hostage by his own contemplation, and the next he is tumbling across the ground. He lands, half sitting half sprawled, next to Shitty Hair and Freezer Burn, neither of whom notice him. They stare, eyes bulging and appalled, at the deep trench carved through the floor of the USJ, leading to a distant wall which has largely been reduced to rubble, dust clouding the air. Katsuki stares as well, entirely unsure about what just occurred. The numbness of surprise gives quickly to anger at being surprised, anger at himself for his distraction and anger at the villains for daring to touch him in the first place. "Oh my God, Tamura!" someone screams, puncturing the moment of silence that had otherwise only been broken by the soft click and clatter of bits of debris from the wall falling against each other. Katsuki wonders if maybe he just died. If that monstrous thing slammed into him so hard and fast he didn't even get to feel it, if he's pulverized into mincemeat somewhere beyond that veil of dust. He must be dead, because he's looking at a FING ghost. Green hair and green eyes. Too many freckles on 2 round cheeks. Trembling lower lip and pathetically beguiling expression. Pitiful and on the brink of tears. "What did you do?" Midoriya Izuku demands, clinging to the arm of the villain covered in disembodied hands, clutching at his sleeve and shaking him. Or that is what Izuku would be doing, would be demanding if he were actually here. But he's not, because he can't be. Katsuki can't wrap his head around it. Whatever is happening, Katsuki knows he is angry, or perhaps he has transcended simple anger and jumped into catastrophic outrage, but that is all he understands. Nothing else makes any FING sense. Except, in a way, it kind of does, doesn't it? Katsuki had been so glad when Deku had been removed from his life, but Katsuki had always been the only one keeping Deku in check, the only one who knew what the other boy was capable of and kept him in his place. Without Katsuki around, who reminded Deku what he really was, Nobody, apparently. Because here Deku is, right where Katsuki never expected to see him but always knew he would end up. A villain.